I could take us there, we could be aware of our existence that floats within the air. All we wanna find, just some peace of mind, just a space to consider our own good time. It's that gap that's lost, the price, pay the cost, and the choices we made between both of us. In the space between, you and I had seen what was true and real and what it all would mean. Light that shone upon me till it was gone, all of when I was found and then lost beyond. In the flow of this, all we have with this, all the time that we shared within all of this.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts, and welcome all of the viewers today to what I hope is going to be a super awesome event. I have no doubt that it will be. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to a special event. It is an Infernal Salon to benefit the Strange Horizons Kickstarter. You can see the number for that at the bottom right below Twitch. Thank you, Mrs. Dunsel. Below the Twitch chat, and I will be talking much more. Thank you. I will be talking more about that, but specifically our two wonderful hosts for tonight are going to be speaking more about that as we go through. And I have us ready. I do want to mention just before we head over that we have not only, honestly, one of the most incredible assembled groups of talent that you're ever going to see on one screen in front of you, but we also have an awesome new overlay that was put together for this specially by our very own Shadowed Mage. So I want to thank Shadowed Mage again for doing his usual amazing work, and I want to thank all of you for being here. I am not going to talk much about my channel today because it's not about my channel. It is about Strange Horizons, but I will very briefly say that this channel, for those of you who are new to it, focuses on story and narrative in both writing of various kinds, novels, short stories, graphic novels, etc., and also games. And I do a lot of focus on that. I am a college professor and also an author myself of speculative fiction. And Claire and Carlos are wonderful friends and good people, and it is an honor to be able to host an event which they are responsible for putting together. And so with no further ado, I'm going to unmute myself so the wonderful people in Zoom will now know that we're ready to go. I will apologize if I interrupted any of them by accident because I can't hear them. And now I'm going to unmute them. And the last thing I'm going to do is head over. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Look at the assembled talent before you. We are ready to go, and I am very excited. And with no further ado, I'm going to hand things over to, and I quote, Clairlos Hernandez to provide what is going to happen next. I will note that I am wearing my 2007 Fantasy Matters, the only time this convention was ever hosted. It had Neil Gaiman and Jack Sipes and a bunch of other folks there, and it was the first convention that I ever attended as a speculative fiction author. So this somehow reminds me a little bit of that experience because I'm going to get to sit back and watch and listen to these amazing people do their work. So, Clairlos Hernandez, please take it away.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you everybody out there in Twitchlandia for coming up for this fundraiser for Strange Horizons. My name is Carlos Hernandez, and Claire, do you want to say something?
Hi, I'm C.S.E. Cooney. Lovely to see you. I'm trying to fix the Twitch channel for everybody, so Carlos, take it away.
I will take it away. We are here today because we love Strange Horizons and we want to help them reach their goals in their Kickstarter. Their Kickstarter has been running for a few weeks now. They've achieved their base goal and a few of their stretch goals, but they have a few more to go, and we are here to help make it happen because we love supporting the SFF community as much as it has supported us. Claire and I both are going to tell you a little bit about how we have intersected with Strange Horizons over the years. And then all of these writers and editors and reviewers are going to tell you as well. Look at this embarrassment of riches of people that we have with us tonight. So what we're going to do, folks, is we're going to play a little game with folks. We are going to play basically what we're calling an Infernal Salon, but it's very much like the salons of I don't know, maybe 100 years ago and before, where kind of like a parlor game, people would take different tools and games and use them for writing prompts. And the writing prompt that we're going to be using today is the custom deck of cards that Claire and I have created for our game, Negocios Infernales. And so we've done a few of these before. It's always been great fun, so we can expect great things. The first thing I want to do is welcome you and say thank you so much for coming. If you haven't had a chance to support the Strange Horizons Kickstarter yet, I'm going to go ahead and put a link in the chat, and we'll be doing this a lot because it's a fundraiser. That's what you do in a fundraiser. You put the link in a lot. But by contributing to Strange Horizons, there are all sorts of great rewards that you personally can get. But the greatest reward is knowing that you are going to help one of the great magazines in science fiction, fantasy, horror, slipstream, magical realism continue to do its work and pay its writers. You know, Strange Horizons was founded on the idea of paying professional rates, and it has always done so, and it can continue to do so based on generous donations from the community. So it is a great and worthwhile enterprise. I hope you'll join in with that. Let me go ahead and tell you a little bit about Strange Horizons if you don't know. And I'm going to read basically a revised version of what they have on the Kickstarter page. Strange Horizons is a speculative fiction magazine available free online, published every Monday. Like, they publish once a week, folks. They began in September of 2000, so 21 years and going strong. In the last year, Strange Horizons and their translation-focused sibling magazine, Samovar, have published nearly 1 million words of speculative fiction, poetry, essays, roundtables, interviews, and reviews. Nearly 1 million words already. Since their inception, they've been entirely funded by voluntary contributions, both from readers and the volunteer labor of their editors. I think, you know, I just want to take a moment and light my lighter for the editors of Strange Horizons who do so much work for zero money and have contributed so much to the SFF community. Just everybody out there, put your hands together for these editors. Thank you so much. I mean, seriously, like, they all should be paid. You know, it's just, but they volunteer, and we're very, very grateful to them. So thank you, editors. They pay all authors and artists fair market rates for their work, and that's absolutely true. If you are a science fiction, fantasy, slipstream, etc. writer, you can get professional rates with what SIFWA, Science Fiction Writers of America, considers professional rates for the work that you contribute at Strange Horizons. So, Claire, you want to hit the next part?
Sure. Why support Strange Horizons? Because they support speculative fiction, science fiction, fantasy, horror, and all sorts of crossed genres between them as an open global tradition. In the last few years, they have published specials on Mexican SFF, Palestinian SFF, Southeast Asian speculative poetry, trans and non-binary writing and experience, as well as pieces on race, resistance, disability, and more.
So I think that's my cue to say the next thing, which is what is being asked for. So the initial goal that they asked for was $10,000, and that was so they could continue to publish once a week, every week, and continue to pay pro rates to all their contributors. They've made their basic goal, and they also have 2 of their stretch goals met. Listen to how exciting this is. So they're going to have a special issue focused on visual art that's centering artists and graphic novelists in 2022. And then we already have this other stretch goal, which is reviews and criticism. So they're going to focus on SFF criticism, which is a hugely important thing that we don't maybe see centered as often as maybe it should be. And now they're going to have a special issue devoted to reviews and criticism. But Claire, there are a few more stretch goals to go, right?
Indeed. Ooh, radio silence. That's a terrible thing, isn't it? The stretch goals, the next stretch goal is at 16,000. They'll be able to publish 2 poems every issue instead of just 1. I'm totally behind that. At 17,500, they'll have a special issue on extra activism and SFF in 2022. And at 20,000, which Carlos says we're going to all get there tonight, I'm really hoping, they'll be exploring branching out into, wait for it, podcasts, book clubs, and more audiovisual content for next year.
Yeah, Strange Horizons has always been a place where you could stretch the boundaries not only of, genre, but of literal form. And so I think that's a really exciting possibility there. Both Claire and I have histories with Strange Horizons. I'm putting in the chat a poem that I published with Strange Horizons called Saturn Devouring His Young, based on not the famous Goya painting, but the famous Raphael painting. And when I put this, I think it was on Facebook one time, and I said how much I love this weird painting, Claire dared me to write a poem about it. And I did.
Hmm.
And then I sent it to AJ Odasso, who is with us today. And I was able to get it into Strange Horizons there. So Strange Horizons has a beautiful kind of intimacy with Claire and I specifically. And her story is actually even a little more intimate. Would you
Well,
like to
Julie,
tell secret intimate stories, my darling?
I will tell our secret intimate stories to the world. So, when Julia Rios was editor at Strange Horizons, I sent them, not as an editor, just as a friend, an erotic little story I had just written called Witch Be Saint. And I said, Julia, help a girl out here. Where do I even send this? What sort of pseudonym should I use? I was not prepared to be C.S.E. Cooney writing erotica like this. And Julia told me, they said, set it to Strange Horizons. It's subversive, it's feminist. And I was like, what, under my own name? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, oh, okay. So it had just been published, ReaderCon 2014. And I was like, okay, only 10 people will show up at my reading. 10 people. And they're all going to be people I know. So I'm going to sit there and I'm going to read this to them because that's my duty as a person who just had a story come out professionally. And the 10 people I knew would be there were there at that reading, and one extra person whose face I did not know, sitting quietly in the back, legs crossed, looking very professorial, non judgmental, neutrally present and friendly. And I was like, oh shit, this is a stranger, and the first exposure they're going to have to C.S.E. Cooney is this bit of erotic thing that I wrote, this fairy tale. And so I read, and afterwards, my friend Nicole Cornerstay said, well, Claire, that's the most clinical I've ever heard you read a piece before. And that was the first time I ever saw my current husband, Carlos Hernandez.
That's right. Yada, yada, yada. We're married. So, Strange Horizons, bringing people together. That's what we're telling you here. All right. So, what I want to do now is tell you a little bit about how the evening is going to work. Right now, you see all of these wonderful faces in front of you, and about three-quarters of them have agreed to join us in a wonderful writing adventure. What we're going to do is we're going to draw cards, like I said, from this spooky, weird deck that Claire and I came up with for this game that we're developing called Negocios Infernales. I'm going to go ahead and in the chat, I'm going to put the special tag there so that you can see on our Kickstarter page coming up a million years from now, so you could follow it and stuff what the game is about. But basically, it's a tabletop role-playing game that doesn't use any cards or any dice. I'm sorry, it uses cards instead, and it tries to minimize all of the bookkeeping stuff and focus much more on improvisation and fun. You're going to see some of that fun today as we take inspiration from these cards. Greg, when you have a moment, could you show the Roll20 screen so I can show people these cards and give them a sense of what our writers are in for today? And writers, if you're not on Twitch yet, you might want to get on Twitch just so you can get a preview of in fact, you'll need to get on Twitch so that you'll be able to see the cards that we draw for you.
Bear with me.
So,
I'll do that in just 1 second.
okay, yeah.
I'm doing one of those stretch deals, like in a vamp.
Exactly. But so the role-playing game is very much like a new generation of role-playing games that's been coming out that has really lightened the mechanics of Dungeons and Dragons. So those of you who are D&D nerds, you know what it is to have a 6-page character sheet and to have statistics brimming off the sides and notes written in the marginalia. there's a new generation of role-playing game that strongly minimizes a lot of that bookkeeping and instead focuses much more on storytelling. And this comes out of that tradition. So our game, in the game proper, is what I would say is like what would have happened to the Spanish Inquisition if benevolent aliens had arrived just in time to interrupt it. So these aliens are coming to this country called Espada. That's very much a surrogate for the Spain that we know, and they are there to try to stop an auto da fe from ever happening. And so that's the basic premise for the game as it works. But what we found is that you could use the cards to basically inspire any kind of story. When we've done salons in the past, we've had great writers doing wild sorts of things, that had to do with politics of right now and just creative, wild stories. So that is what we are going to be doing tonight. Writers can take inspiration from anywhere and any little piece of the card or the whole thing in order to generate the story that they're going to tell. Specifically, they're going to have a measly 30 minutes to be able to generate a something. We don't expect complete stories or poems or anything like that, but we're going to ask writers where they were going with it, when time finally stops. And in the meantime, while writers are writing, we're going to be interviewing the editors and reviewers of Strange Horizons so they can give us more of a sense of what the magazine is about and where it's going. So, hoping.
I am all set.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So, I'm looking at the.
I haven't done it yet. I'm just waiting for you. Let me know, and I'll pop it up there whenever you're ready.
Oh, pop it on up.
Okay. When I do this, I will cover over a few people in the middle of the Zoom chat temporarily, but then I'll reduce it so that everyone can be seen. But I wanted to make it large for everybody to be able to see. I'll also quickly note that we're already up to $15,234 on Strange Horizons, so we've got another $300 in the last 10 minutes, and we have almost 75 people watching so far, which is great. So welcome everybody, and I'm going to transition over now to reveal a timer in the top right and the prompts in the center. There you go, Carlos.
You don't have to start the timer though until.
No, I know. I haven't.
Okay, great.
It's just
Perfect.
there.
Yeah, that is perfect. And I'm going to attribute those $300 to Claire's erotic story. That's just how I'm going to count it. In my book, that's where it came from. So what you see in front of you right now, folks, is this window. And these are 4 different cards from the Negocios Infernales deck. There are a total of 7 different suits. 4 of the suits are represented here, and you can see them on the border. So we took a hint from Terry Pratchett's Wintersmith when we developed our deck. And so we decided there are 6 things that go into making a human. The meat of life, the blood of life, the spark of life, the air of life, the tears of life, the bones of life, and then what is beyond the external. And so here we have 4 of those suits represented. You'll see that each one has imagery, has its glorious suit surrounding it, and has a little saying there. So starting in the top left corner, death used to be better at killing you. The one in the top right, bleed, bind, bleed, bind. And the bottom left, thrones make children of us all. And then bottom right, drink a little poison every day. These are all adages that are in world for the Negocios Infernales world, and so if they seem a little strange to you, good. That's literally the point. Hopefully they're evocative, and when you take your inspiration, you can take it from any little piece. Maybe you're just interested in one little corner, maybe you're more interested in the saying, maybe you're interested in the art, maybe you're interested in the whole gestalt. Maybe this will inspire some kind of stream of consciousness overload that you just have to pound out in 30 minutes, and you'll end up with 6,000 words that you don't know where they came from. All of that is possible, and welcome. So what's going to happen, writers, is that each of you is going to tell us how many cards you want. 1, 2, or 3. And this is a 70-card deck. I'm actually going to deal these back in because I think it'd be funny if somebody got some of these too. So I'll deal these back in. So there will be a total of 70 cards to choose from, but that'll be declining. So like if you're first, you'll have 70 to choose from, but if you're last, you might have like 56 left in the deck. We're going to show all these different cards in the deck. And so you'll say, I want 1 card, I want 2 cards, or I want 3 cards. We'll draw them for you. We'll give you a chance to stare portentously at them and think. But then, if you would like, you can, if you'd like, ask Claire and I to give you a prompt on the fly. We will come up with a writing prompt for you, or you could say, "Nah, man, I got it. I know how to do it. You know, the inspiration has struck." So you can either ask for a writing prompt, or you can just fly with what you've got. Claire, what did I miss?
Sorry. You all I was just gonna say is that the um so the artist is Rebecca Houston. Did you cover that? The
No.
artist for the cards is Rebecca Houston, and she worked very closely with Carlos and myself to create this gorgeous artwork. She's a tattoo artist in Chicago and a really great friend and collaborator of mine and Carlos's. So Rebecca Houston, highly recommend, and I hope you enjoy her great and good work.
Yeah. And so, yeah, definitely the artwork, it definitely moves more towards the macabre side. And, that fits in with the theme of our deck. So, be prepared for the sardonic or the mordant or the absolutely, like, piece of bad advice, like drink a little poison every day. What the hell does that
You
mean?
can also go beautiful and tender. Don't listen to Carlos about the mordant and sarcastic if that's not your jam. You can
Oh,
do
yeah.
anything you want.
Absolutely. That's actually the more correct answer. So I think without further ado, we are going to be ready. So the first thing I'm going to ask all of our writers to do is I'm going to call your name and I'm just going to ask you to introduce yourself. So Greg, let me ask you to please remove the overlay for now so that we can see everyone's wonderful faces. And I will call on you, and I'll just ask you to give us a little introduction about yourself and specifically your connection to Strange Horizons. So, just to let everybody know, the order that I'm going to call on you is going to be Jillian, Fabio, Claire, Humphrey, Jose, Jamie, Francesca, Maria, Charles, Leah, Sally, Mike, Tina, Gwen, Emma, Sam, Liam, LaShawn, Kelly, Valia, Aaron, Romy, and Sonia. So, and please forgive me if I messed up on the name a little bit there. But let me start first with Jillian Daniels. Jillian,
Hi, Carlos. So happy to
hi.
be a part of this.
Yay.
Uh, yeah, my name's Jillian Daniels. I'm a writer in the Boston area. I mostly write horror, fantasy, and some science fiction. I have two poems in Strange Horizons. One was called Athena and Yeshua, and the other, The Liar's Charm, in 2016 and 2014, respectively. And I would like a card.
Oh, okay. So I'll give you a card in just a second, just because we aren't quite. We're just going to do the biographies first, and then we'll go back
Wonderful.
and to the top. Okay?
Yes. Thank you so much again.
You bet. So next up is Fabio. Hello, Fabio.
Hi, Carlos. Hi, Claire. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's awesome. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. Well, I'm a Brazilian writer, but right now I'm living in Rome, and right now 2:06 a.m. in the morning, and but I'm very happy. I slept a bit in the afternoon. I'm very happy to be here, and I have several stories published in many magazines, but not on Strange Horizons though. On Strange Horizons, I've participated in the few round tables, and I have one nonfiction article, queer letter to myself. And I'm very really pleased that Strange Horizons picked that piece, and I'm very happy to be part of this crowdfunding, and I'm asking for one card too when the time comes. Thank
Okay.
you.
I'll just start keeping notes. And so in the meantime, though, Claire Humphrey. Hello.
Hello, I'm Claire Humphrey. I'm the author of Spells of Blood and Kin, and also a lot of short stories. And 5 of those short stories were published by Strange Horizons. And the first one, Who in Mortal Chains, was actually only my second pro sale. So I credit them with a whole lot of my career.
That is so awesome. Yeah, they have made many careers here, I think, and many careers just out in the world. So thank you so much for being here. Why
So
don't you just
exciting to be part of this.
why don't you go ahead and just tell me how many cards do you think you'll want?
One, please.
Okay. Well, I'm just making a little note of that. And in the meantime, Jose, hello.
Hey there. I am super excited to be a part of this and to be joining everybody tonight. If you don't know me, I'm Jose Riate. I am primarily known for my short stories. My most recent publication is Proof by Induction, which is in the May-June issue of Uncanny Magazine. Strange Horizons is one of my very favorite magazines to read as a reader. I am wearing the merch tonight. You know, we'll see if this brings me good writing vibes. And Strange Horizons also was the first publication to buy my work. They published my story, Yucca and Dominoes in 2013, and then they published Life in Stone, Glass, and Plastic in 2016, which won the Reader's Poll for that year.
Oh man, that is so awesome. Jose, how many cards do you think you'll want?
I will take 2 since that's an option.
That is an option. I love it. Great, thank you. Jamie, hello.
Hello, good morning from Malaysia.
Hi.
If I sound a little like I have a sore throat, it's because I've been talking all weekend long at Malaysian Writers Fest, which I had to help organize. And I also went to bed really late last night, so I woke up at 6 o'clock just for this. I was like, should I? I'll stay in bed a few more minutes. No, let's roll out just in case.
Thank you
Just in
so
case
much.
I catch my second sleep and miss this entirely.
Oh, thank you, Jamie.
But I love Strange Horizons. They are also my first pro short story sale. I usually write fantasy nowadays, but they published my first science fiction story. And my wonderful editor there was Catherine Prayer, who I then got to meet at WisCon the year after, and that was really great. They've also published a poem. They've also published a review, and they've also published critical essays of mine. I have an ongoing column there called Trials by Whiteness, which I'm trying very hard to update more often than once a year, which is kind of like a follow-up of my WisCon Chronicles anthology, volume 11. I'm known for doing a lot of work on steampunk. I used to write a blog called Silver Goggles on post-coloniality and steampunk. And then I went on and did a whole dissertation on steampunk and whiteness. And I've adapted that to a lot of my critical work. And I've since also started writing more erotica and horror, and both apparently, which has appeared in New Sun's new original speculative fiction by people of color, edited by Nisi Shaw, and reprinted in Best American Science Fiction and Fantasy. I've also been published elsewhere, like Los Angeles Review of Books and Science Fiction Studies, which is kind of weird. And a lot of that is, kind of like has this genesis and being inspired by having been published on Strange Horizons. So thank you so much to the crew over there.
Awesome. That is such a great story and resume. Jamie, how many cards would you like, do you think?
I think I would also like 2.
Love it. Awesome. You are in the books. Next, we're going to move on to Francesca. Hello, Francesca.
Hello, Carlos, and hello, everybody. I'm Francesca Forrest, and I'm going to continue this trend of people who had their first pro publication in Strange Horizons, but mine was so long ago that it wasn't doing pro rates at that point. It was still doing semi-pro rates, but I was still super psyched. And I remember it was the first science fiction and fantasy magazine that was mentioned to me as, there's these things, online zines, and I was so excited when that happened. So yeah, I love Strange Horizons. I think it's great. I love all the things that they do. Especially recently, I love that they published a short story in it was in an indigenous language. Was it Nahuatl? Anyway, I just thought that was the coolest thing. So good on Strange Horizons. And right now I keep on writing slowly, very slowly. And my most recent thing out is a story, a novella called Lagoon Fire, in which the protagonist works for a ministry of divinities, and her particular task is to decommission gods and goddesses. So if that sounds like your jam, you can check it out.
Cool, yeah, and I hope if some of you have links to these sorts of things, you can pop them right into the Twitch channel and give people a chance to find them easily. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, Lagoon Fire is great. I had a chance to hear Francesca read it. Francesca, how many cards would you like?
Well, I'm going to also be a copycat on that, and I'm going to say 2 because it's good to have choices, but 3 choices is maybe too many for me, so 2. 2 will do it, I'm sure. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. I think it was Mike Allen who did 4 one time. So
Well, Mike, you can't top Mike. He can do 4 of a lot of things. He can have a sinister quartet. So I mean, that's
right. That's awesome. Okay, thank you, Francesca. Next, Maria. Hello.
Hi, everybody. Trying to find my mute button. Hi, my name is Maria Haskins, and I'm so happy to be here. I write a quarterly short fiction roundup column called Short Fiction Treasures for Strange Horizons. And I'm just thrilled about being able to write for them. I've reviewed short fiction for a long time. I also write speculative fiction myself. But I'm so happy to be on board on Strange Horizons. It's a really inspiring zine to be part of. And yeah, so I review and write speculative fiction. I have a short story collection out called 6 Dreams About the Train. And I'm just happy to be here. Thank you.
So great to have you. Maria, where are you talking to us from?
I'm up in Vancouver, or just outside Vancouver in Canada.
Right. I think maybe you're our first Canadian, so I just wanted to make sure, since we have
right, yeah,
all over the world, participating in this. Just thought it might be fun to indicate that. Maria, how many cards would you like?
Well, I'm going to ask for 2 as well. I figure then I'll, cover my bases there. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Charles. Hello, Charles.
Hi. I'm Charles Paciour. I'm a short fiction writer, critic, and poet. My first speculative poem was published in Strange Horizons way back a few years ago, called Dear Future Husband. And Strange Horizons was the first place that I had submitted fiction to, but I didn't actually sell a story to them for about 8 years. So persistence paid off in that situation. I eventually did. The sloppy mathematics of Half Ghost appeared there in December of 2019. It has now been collected into my debut short fiction collection, The Burning Day and Other Strange Stories. Strange Horizons also has a couple of stories represented in my first editorial work, which is We're Here, the Best Queer Speculative Fiction of 2020. I'm very excited about that. And I think I've also participated in a few roundtables at Strange Horizons. So I just keep on coming back. It's one of my favorite speculative fiction venues. It's just, they do such amazing work week after week after week. So.
Oh, agreed. And also, I just wanted to say, you may know Charles from his Quick Sips reviews, because they are ubiquitous and so generous. Like, it's one of the things that I've been reading over the years lately to get my idea of what I should be, reading. So thank you for that as well, Charles.
Thank you, Charles.
You're
Charles,
welcome.
How many cards would you like? Remember, they're infernal.
I'll take just one. Just one.
One card. All right. We're going to trust fates on that one. Awesome. Thank you so much. Leah, hello.
Hello. All right. So, hi, my name is Leah Bobbitt. I am a Toronto-based writer, editor, ex-bookseller, kind of quasi-game developer and critic. My novels have won the Sunburst, Copper Cylinder, and Aurora Awards and shortlisted for the Andre Norton Award. And my most recent publication is a poem, Rows of Houses, in the brand new issue of The Deadlands. And as for Strange Horizons, I've been publishing work in Strange Horizons since 2003, poetry and short fiction. I actually counted up the list, and it's 17 pieces.
Wow, yeah. Awesome.
Amazing.
And continuing the trend, one of those was my first professional fiction sale by about 6 hours. It was a really good day. The one happened, then 6 hours later, I had 2 professional sales. And it was like, what is this life? and it is Displaced Persons, which is, I guess, Wizard of Oz political fiction written on a prank. So it's the magazine I've kind of grown up with as a writer, and I kind of want to see it going for another 20 years at least.
Here. That's so great. Thank you, Leah. Leah, how many cards would you like?
I'll go for 2 if I might.
2 cards coming right up. Thank you so much. So
Sally. Sally Rosen-Kindred, the poet.
Hey. Hello, Claire. Hello, Carlos. This is so great. I'm so excited to be here. I am Sally Rosen-Kindred. The Rosen is missing in my name by my Zoom, but it doesn't matter. It's still me. It's not my evil twin. Let's see. I published a poem in Strange Horizons in 2011, and I remember getting a check for it, and the check was for $20 entire, which I was just like, they made a mistake. There's no way that something went wrong here. And then I remember getting an email saying, you haven't cashed your check yet. Is something wrong? Did you not receive your check? And I wrote back and said, I have a check from Strange Horizons. I can't cash it. It's sitting there next to my computer because I keep looking at it, but I got nudged and I cashed it. So, I'm going backwards, but I also, the thing that I have, I also wrote a book review for Strange Horizons a couple years later, which was great to do. And I guess my most recent thing that is out is a book that came out in June, which is called Where the Wolf. I'm just holding it up because the wolf is so cool, and it's from Diode Editions. It's speculative poetry, and that's it. And I would love 2 cards.
That is so awesome, and your wolf is incredible. What a humped-back wolf that is. Okay, 2 cards for Sally. Thank you so much. Next, we're moving on to Mike Allen.
So this is very funny. I didn't realize until this thing started that I actually was going to have to be on Twitch to see the cards. So like I was actually creating my account as this got started. But I'm Mike Allen. I am the editor and publisher of Mythic Delirium Books. I would be remiss if I did not say that the very next book that we are going to be publishing is the next short story collection from C.S.E. Cooney, Dark Breakers. What you see here is a hardcover ARC. Very, very, very pretty, very coveted thing. I am also a writer of fiction and poetry, and also of journalistic type things. So that's another whole thread. And my most recent short story collection, Aftermath of an Industrial Accident, was a finalist for the Shirley Jackson Award this year. And I have a novel coming out tentatively next year, Trail of Shadows, dark fantasy coming out through Broken Eye Books. And my relationship with Strange Horizons mainly stems back to the double aughts, the first decade of the 2000s, when I was writing a lot of poetry. Quite a bit of it appeared in Strange Horizons, including some pieces that were finalists for the Riesling Award, and even some pieces that won the Riesling Award. And I also had some stuff reviewed by Strange Horizons, and also participated in some roundtable interviews. And I believe an interview that I conducted with Jane Yolen was also published in Strange Horizons. And inspired by Leah just now, I thought, well, how many pieces did I have in Strange Horizons back in the day? And I did a search, and it came back, you have 31 results. I was like, wow, that many. Oh my. Okay, so anyway, obviously Strange Horizons and I have a long, good history. As for my cards, Carlos?
Yeah.
Give me 3.
I love it. I love it. All right. I just wanted to take a quick break here and remind you all that Strange Horizons is connected to all of these incredible people who have books coming out and have done all of this great work. This is their Kickstarter to support them and keep this kind of support going to all of these fabulous people and the ones who remain undiscovered yet. One of the things that Strange Horizons is really, really good at is finding people who are, from other backgrounds and ethnicities, from other voices, and to elevate them and to bring their voices into the cultural milieu. So this is where you can help them. Thanks so much, Mike. We are moving on now to Tina. Tina, hello.
Tina Jens?
Yes, sorry, my cursor was off on my other screen and I couldn't get it to switch over to turn on my mic. Hi, I'm Tina Jens.
Hi, Tina.
Hi, Tina.
I am a Chicago area author and live fiction show producer. I should tell you right away that our November show, which will be in person rather than on Zoom, many of our shows are on Zoom, but November 11th, Claire and Carlos are going to be our guests of a live show. That's Thursday, November 11th, 7 p.m. Ask any of us if you want more information. I have not appeared in Strange Horizons, at least not thus far. But I really admire what they publish and who they publish and what they do. So I'm really delighted to be a part of this. I have a feminist retelling of the Bride of Frankenstein called The Patchwork Woman coming out in the anthology Gaslight Ghouls. We don't yet know the release date, but I'm very excited about that one. I write fiction, poetry, and occasionally a short play or two. That's me. Hi.
Hi, Tina.
Wonderful.
Oh, Carlos, I want 3 cards.
3 cards. I love it. I love it. I love how it happens in waves.
As Carlos is writing it down, Gwyn Garfinkel, will you tell us a little bit about yourself and your connection to Strange Horizons?
Hey, Claire. Hi, Carlos. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Gwyn.
Coming from Los Angeles, I have a flash story in the current issue of Fantasy Magazine, and I have a novel coming out January 15th from Aqueduct Press. And like so many of you, my first professional fiction sale was to Strange Horizons in 2008. And I also had several poems published by them, but I didn't count how many. I'd say probably 4 or 5. Yeah, I love Strange Horizons, and it was such a big deal to me in 2008 to have my story in lieu of a thank you come out, which was kind of a mad scientist, feminist mad scientist story, and just have loved it so much all these years.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Gwyn. And now, tell us.
Oh, and I want 2 cards.
2 cards. Wonderful. You are in the books. Next up is Emma.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emma J Gibbon. I'm originally from Yorkshire and now I live in Maine. I'm a horror writer and a speculative poet. My debut short fiction collection, Dark Blood Comes From the Feet, came out in 2020. And my connection to Strange Horizons is that they were also my first prose sale a couple of years ago. It was a poem called Funeral, and it was Romy who chose it, and that was nominated for the Riesling too. So I have a lot to thank Strange Horizons for. Oh, and I'll have 1 card.
1 card. You're going to leave it right up to fate. I have got you down. Thank you so much, Emma.
Sam,
you're up.
Sam Schreiber.
Hi.
Hi.
So yeah, I'm Sam. I was a first reader for Strange Horizons, working for Julia, also while Lee was there, and I think AJ as well. Yeah. Anyway, I also borrow liberally from Strange Horizons for a course I teach at NYU on short speculative fiction, and so Strange Horizons has been a big help to me on that front. Right now, you can read a short story of mine in the November-December issue of Asimov's science fiction. It's out now. I I know it's not November yet, but it's out. And pretty soon in 2022, I believe in January, you can listen to my novelette, Christmas at the Hilbert Astoria from Escape Pod. Also, if you happen to be in New York in December, and why wouldn't you be? I'll be doing a reading at Ample Hills with another author and whose name I'm blanking on, but also one Zin E. Rockland. So swing by and see us if you're around.
That is awesome. I just did a reading at Ample Hills myself. It's a great venue. New Yorkers, go to those readings at Ample Hills. Sam, how many cards would you like?
I'm going to do 2.
2 cards. Gotcha.
Liam Burke, you're up next, Liam.
Howdy ho, neighborinos. So yes, my name is Liam Burke, and I am from sunny Buffalo, New York. That's a joke if you don't know what Buffalo is like. We're always gray skies, gray floors, gray buildings, gray air, everything's gray. But yeah, as a consequence, a lot of times I try to focus on horror writing, I think. But I also dabble in a lot of other things. Cyberpunk is a favorite of mine. And more recently, I've gotten a bit into solar punk. You can actually see my one of my short stories called Replanting the Garden is published in Little Blue Marble a couple of weeks back. And a month or so from now, probably, I'll be having a flash fiction piece called Augmented Reality being read on Manawalker Studios. So it's a podcast where they do it, read it out loud and all that. So I'll be putting a link to my website in the chat, of course, so everyone can follow me there. And my connections to Strange Horizons is actually all you find people. Carlos and C.S.E. Cooney specifically are some of my first connections to them. And while I am still on the path of getting published by them, I have been very much encouraged by so many people who have to keep trying. So that's the goal. That's the dream, is to join the ranks of you fine folk.
We're glad to have you here tonight.
That's awesome, Liam.
Glad that you invited me. So yeah, I'll have 1 card.
1 card. We are feeling lucky.
And LaShawn, you're up next.
Hello, hello, hello. My name is LaShawn M. Wanick, and I'm mostly a short fiction writer, but have also written poetry. Mostly I write fantasy, but I've also written science fiction and a little bit of horror. My connection with Strange Horizons is that I had a story called 21 Steps to Enlightenment, -1, which started my penchant for long ass names for my stories. But yes, that was published in 2014. And sadly, it's the only story that was published in Strange Horizons, but I have gone on and done other stories. And right now, what I'm doing nowadays is that I'm actually an editor of a short story magazine called Giganotosaurus.
Oh I love them. I love them so much.
So I never thought I would be an editor, but surprisingly here I am. And it's fun. So when I'm not doing that, I am still writing. I'm actually working on a very super secret project right now, which will not be announced until hopefully till the end of the year. But when that does get announced, people will know because I will shout it to the rooftops. So that's what I'm doing right now.
That is awesome. Thank you, LaShawn. LaShawn, how many cards would you like?
Oh, okay. So it's been a while since I've actually done stuff like this, but I'm going to take up the challenge and do 3.
Oh,
awesome. That's so cool. And Kelly, you're up next.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kelly McCath Morin. I write under C.S. McCath. Strange Horizons has been kind enough to publish 2 pieces of my poetry. And I'm so glad LaShawn talked about long titles because one of them is titled Upon the Death of My Host in Waiting for Uplink by Event Horizon, formerly of the Oracle Duality, LaSalle Marina Show / Event Horizon. That is the title, that's not the whole poem. I also sold a poem titled Leviathans, which was based on the Gulf of Mexico oil spill back in 2010. And they were kind enough, after I received permission from Sharon Begley, who wrote a Newsweek article, to publish it with a quote of hers embedded in the middle. So Strange Horizons is all about publishing unusual forms, letting writers be strong where they're strong. And I was really appreciative of those two things. As far as my own work is concerned, right now I'm mostly focused on my dissertation. I'm a folklore PhD candidate at Memorial University of Newfoundland, and I publish a monthly blog, newsletter, and podcast called Folklore and Fiction, which is all about folkloristics for storytellers. So I talk about folkloric topics, I bring them to storytellers, I try and break down folklore topics for storytellers, and that podcast got me a gig at the Odyssey Theater in Ottawa, where I just finished writing a podcast radio play based on a Bavarian folk tale called The Bell to the Necklace. We've just wrapped production. The actors have just wrapped production. You can go to the odysseytheater.ca, not this month, but next one, when they actually start promoting it. And it will be freely available on Spotify and Apple and everywhere else you get your podcasts sometime in February. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm very, very, very excited about the play, and I hope you guys go listen to it.
That is awesome.
Oh, and I want 2 cards.
2 cards, but man, that is so cool.
Thank you, Kelly. Valia, you're next.
Good evening. It's so nice to be here. My name is Valia Dudachulpescu, and I am a Chicago writer and poet. 2 of my poems, Boys on Bikes and The Mermaid of Lincoln Park Lagoon, were published in Strange Horizons. Thank you, AJ. My short story, Honey, was picked for the 2019 Year's Best Dark Fantasy and Horror. And I am currently in between trying to juggle 3 teenagers, working on a graphic novel for Rosarium Publishing called Mother Christmas that will hopefully be out by the end of next year. Oh, and I would like 2 cards, please.
You bet. You know, Rosarium has a special place in my heart, so welcome to the family there.
Thank you.
2 cards for you. I've got that noted, and that.
And Erin Roberts, you're next.
You, Erin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Erin Roberts. I am a writer of primarily short fiction, fantasy, science fiction, dark fantasy, horror, whatever, anything in there. I also do some game writing. So I write from tabletop RPG freelance writing, and I do some interactive fiction writing. My connection to Strange Horizon is, in the past, I guest co-edited the Southeastern USA special, which featured BIPOC voices from the Southeastern US, which was amazing. We got to feature some amazing stories. And coming up sometime in the future, an interactive fiction piece that I wrote called Naughty Bits will be in a Strange Horizons all interactive fiction special that's all about sex positive and sexually themed interactive fiction. And that one is, I would call it a Turing test meets sex Mad Libs. So look forward for that in the future. And I will embrace the chaos with 3 cards.
It's so great.
I love it. I knew I could count on you, Erin. But also, I just want to stop for 1 second and say, Strange Horizons also publishes interactive fiction. This is like a very cutting edge market, a place where they give a home to that kind of storytelling as well. So, and it's also sex positive. And you heard Erin's issue that she edited. This is a really important magazine that does all sorts of cutting edge kinds of work. So thank you, Erin. We are moving on now to Romy.
Romy, where it all began.
Yes, I am the one who is perhaps to blame for this in terms of reaching out to Carlos and Claire to be like, hey, I heard you have this card game that I want to know more about. I'm one of the poetry editors of Strange Horizons going back, I don't know, probably a decade. And more recently, I'm the administrative editor of Strange Horizons, which means I am the person who handles the money. If you get a check, I'm the one signing the check. I'm the one watching the bank account. So I really care a lot about this Kickstarter. And I'm incredibly grateful to everybody who has contributed or who is watching now and boosting this signal, not to mention everybody who is here in this stream right now. I'm pretty overwhelmed with emotion. This is a lot of my current and former colleagues. It's a lot of people whose work I've either published or read. It's a lot of people who have either as publishers or as writers very generously donated some of the rewards that we're offering in our Kickstarter. And yeah, it does mean that my relationship with Strange Horizons is a little bit binary, because on the one side, I'm the person who is kind of advocating for letting poets be very, very weird and like arguing with copy editors and being like, no, I'm sure they meant to spell it that way. It's perfectly all right to have 3 commas in a row without words in between them. What are you complaining about? And then on the other side, I'm very frequently wrestling with the HTML kind of behind the scenes to make some of the weirder or more interactive pieces go. And if I can't, talking with the webmasters about how to make it happen. And then independently of that, making often international transfers and filing tax paperwork and making sure that all of the T's are very clearly dotted. And I would like 3 cards, and that's really not about me as a writer so much as I want to see the maximum number of cards.
Oh, I love it. That is so great. Thank you so much. And thank you for all of your work that you're currently doing with Strange Horizons. I also want to give a special thank you to all of our past editors and people who've worked the slush piles in Strange Horizons for volunteering your time. There's no pay involved. It is all a labor of love. So we're extremely grateful to the folks who make Strange Horizons possible from a logistics. And, you know, if you've ever managed a magazine, you know just how much work it is. And if you haven't, you have no idea how much work it is. So thank you so much. And then our final person in the writers portion of this, the mighty Sonia Tafe. Sonia, hello.
Hello.
Hi, Sonia.
Hi. I am delighted to be here. My name is Sonia Tafe. I write short stories, poetry, film criticism. I sing in the days when you could be in a room with other people. I have been a professional storyteller and paid in peat smoke whiskey. That was one of the best jobs of my life. Most recently, I have a poem out from Nightmare Magazine, and I am currently the editor of The Deadlands, which all of these spectacular people, many you included, the Claire Hernandez will feature or have featured already in The Deadlands. Leah, really wrong magazine to be plugging, but they're pretty awesome. You should send us stuff. My history with Strange Horizons does not go back to my first professional sale. They were not it. But in 2007, I sold them a poem and proceeded for about the next 3 years to have work on and off about twice a year. And then in 2010, my publications with Strange Horizons came to a crashing halt because I became one of the poetry editors, in which capacity I remained until 2017, 2018, at one point semi-infamously comprising the entire poetry department by myself, which I probably never want to do again, but it did happen. And it produced spectacular results. People sent me really good stuff. I have most recently featured in its digital pages last summer with a poem solicited by Romy. So tying everything back there. As for the cards portion of this, I'm going to go the aesthetic route and say that I would like 1 card. Thank you very much.
A single perfect card for Sonia. You bet. Folks, I hope those of you out in chat have just been agog with the talent that we have presented before you today. I mean, it is really surprising. And even though I know, most of these writers in some capacity, even just hearing these biographies, I learned more about them and more of the great work that they're doing. So this is what Strange Horizon does. It gathers this sort of talent together, which is one of the reasons why we're so behind supporting them. All right, everybody, it's time to get infernal. Here's what we're going to do. Starting with Jillian, ending with Sonia, we are going to present the cards. So Greg, I'm going to ask you to pull up the overlay for the card draw, and just cover everybody at this point, because we want the cards to be nice and big so that people can see them. What I'll do is I'll draw all the cards and then I'll push those aside and we'll do a new draw for the next person. I'll of course announce who it is. Claire will be taking a screenshot of them and emailing you those cards as well so you can reference them later. But we'll give you a few seconds to, really let the muse flow through the airwaves and your cameras and directly into the center of your brain here. So, writers, are we ready? And chat, are you ready? Because here's the thing, chat. The last writer is you. We're gonna do a draw for you, and we're gonna do 3 cards just because Romy wanted to see more cards. So for chat, we're gonna give you 3 cards, and you can take inspirations from it in that way.
A writer
And
is a
you can time yourself for 30 minutes, 30 seconds, 30 minutes too.
So Greg, just let me know
Yep.
when we are ready to draw here.
I think we are set. Is the card going to be popping up in the middle of the screen? Do you know, Carlos, or is it going to be?
So what? Since I think what it will do is maybe I'll put plant cards down.
Okay.
I'll just put them face down.
Alright.
Let me flip this over.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Plant cards so you can just see like where they'll go. So people have asked for up to 3 cards. So I'll put them in the middle here, nice and big. 1.
Yeah, once you have them all down, then I will transition over.
Right.
Also, while Carlos is putting these down, I'm just going to quickly note to everybody that the channel has been boosted on Twitch, so hopefully others have seen this. It was boosted on the channel of one of the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation researchers who participated, as did Carlos, in our ARVCon to benefit cancer research, which we've been doing for many years. We have passed 100 people. We have over 80 watching now. And several people who have participated in or won a writing competition that we've held on this channel are here, and we're talking about being very emotional at seeing all these writers assembled in one place. One of them is now teaching writing to students in Germany, so I wanted to highlight all of those viewers who are really into what all of y'all are about to do. So I just wanted to mention that quickly.
So wonderful. That's so great. Greg, we are ready to go. I have created a template for you so that you'll know where the cards will land and you can center them on the screen there.
All right, I'm going to head over then right now.
time to remind
Overlay's the same, but the screen now shows only the backs of cards.
Great.
Okay, this is so exciting.
All right. So yeah, I'll be flipping back and forth here between that and this here. So starting first with Jillian. Jillian, your card is going to appear at the top here, that first card here. This is your card. Oh, you got the one that we draw earlier. That's awesome. I love it. This is perfect for you. I know it is. Jillian, drink a little poison every day.
And you're going to make them big for everyone, right?
Yep, I just made it big.
Yeah, they're visible for everybody on screen. They should be able to see that, I believe, chat.
And Jillian, can you see that? You can turn on your mic and let us know. Is that big enough? Can you see it?
Yes, I can, Carlos. Why, thank you very much. And also thank you, Strange Horizons, for being a guiding light in the genre fiction world.
Here, here. Okay, so if you have what you need there, Claire, you'll let me know when you've got the screenshot?
I've got it.
We're going to move on. Fabio, you're next. We're going to put that little card aside there. Fabio, this is your card. Fabio?
Okay, hit me.
We're recommending is Murder for Order for you.
Oh, I loved it. That's right up my alley.
Murder for Order.
Murder for Order, yeah.
Claire, you'll let me know when you have it?
I've got it.
Okay. Fabio, expect an email.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Claire. Humphrey. Claire, you asked for one card. Oh. I don't know why it flipped over like that. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Had some sort of glitch here. Sorry. Sometimes the actual program is not so great, but this you should be able to see now. Claire, can you see this card?
Sorry, it's coming. It's reloading. No worries.
It's up there now, yes.
Wow. Oh, I can't wait to write to this.
You know what, Carlos? I had to reload and now it's on an ad, so maybe just give me a few seconds. What does it say? I'm curious.
It says the artist would possess you. So Greg, just because Roll20 is glitching out on me a little bit, I'm going to rearrange the template a little bit.
Sure, that's fine. I'll adjust as needed.
So I'll just try to bring it in closer like this.
While you're doing that, I will note that the Kickstarter is now past 15,300, 15,389, 220 backers.
Awesome, awesome.
I have screen cap.
Great. Claire, I hope you have what you need. Claire will be sending you an email. Excellent. Okay, so Jose, you're up next, and you asked for 2 cards. So here we go. Card the first says, every game begins on 1. Card number 2 says, oh, it's the same suit. So this is the spark of life is the suit here. And the card reads, only a fool attends a masquerade unmasked. So it's very playful, yours. How interesting.
I'm excited to see what Jose does.
Me too.
Jose, have you absorbed what you needed to absorb there? Claire will be sending you an email.
I will be watching for the email.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to clear these cards out, tuck them into the corner. Yeah, the hardest part of all this is just managing the little Roll20 app here. But next up, we have Jamie. So Jamie, you asked for 2 cards.
I did.
And here they are. Here comes number 1. Oh, this one, I love this one. It's very enigmatic. To know another, forget the taste of fruit. Now, eat fruit.
Okay.
Here's your other card. Oh, it's also about eating.
So many of these are about eating.
I do come from a country of food.
The trained tongue enjoys a little bitterness. So these are your 2 cards. To know another, forget the taste of fruit, now eat fruit. And the trained tongue enjoys a little bitterness.
Got it.
Okay. Got it. All right.
Excellent.
Let's see what I can do with this. Thank you, Carlos.
You are welcome. I am clearing them out for our next person. And next up is Francesca. Francesca, you asked for 2?
Yes, indeed. Yep.
I love this card.
When we're playing this game, often the first thing we do is have people read each other's fortunes as a pre-game warm-up. So you can imagine the sort of questions we ask is, what am I going to have for dinner tonight? In your house, make mice fear you.
That's a very appropriate card for my house. So that's excellent.
And your second card, this was, I can't wait to see how you combine this. So, break the wheel that would break you, Francesca.
Whoa. Okay. Thank you.
Very aggressive set here. I wonder if psychically you're communicating something to the cards here.
We'll see.
All right. Oh, Claire, did you get that?
I got that. I try to keep myself on mute so you can't hear all of my camera snatches, etc.
Right on. Okay. Thank you. So, next, Maria, you asked for 2 cards. Are you ready? Here is your first card, Maria. There is no truth, only wagers. Maria, your second card is... Guts make the finest music.
I love that one. We kind of stole that from Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing, just a little.
Maria, you're making a face. I hope that's a good face. Okay. I saw 2 thumbs up. Claire, you'll let me know when you have the screenshot there.
I've got it.
Awesome. Away go these cards. Next comes... Who do we have next, actually? Let me look at my list here. Oh, Charles, you're up. You asked for a single card. Your single card, Charles, is... Oh, I love this one. It's a question. Is that the cry of a dying star? I'm actually going to make it even a little bigger so you can really see that face that we have drawn in there.
Oh. Okay.
Is that the cry of a dying star?
That's amazing, Carlos. All this time, I've seen that card a million times, and I have actually never seen the face inside the star.
That's awesome. We have the screen capped?
Yes, I do.
Excellente. Charles, take your inspiration from that card. And now we move on to Leah. Leah, you asked for 2 cards, right?
Yes.
2 cards. Here comes card number 1. Oh. The choice is fear or any other action. And then for your second card, this is going to be really weird. I love it.
It always is, isn't it?
Leah, the fruit desires to be devoured.
Got it, Carlos.
Okay, and Leah, do you have what you need there?
Oh yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Awesome. We will clear the way here. I can't see the Twitch chat right now, so I hope you all are loving all of these cards and are thinking of your own inspirations. Because remember, chat, you are going last, but not least. You are going to go and you're going to get your own cards here.
They have been loving them. Can confirm.
Sally, you are up. You asked for 2 cards. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Here comes your card. The first. Pain is the opposite of thought.
Okay.
Second. Ooh, this one's really creepy. Inaction is the death before death. Inaction is the death before death. I'm actually going to make this one a little bigger so you can see her eye. And the skulls echoing. All right, but let me make it small so Claire can take a screenshot.
I got it.
Excellent. All right.
Awesome.
Thank you. Here we go. Next on my list is Mike Allen. Mike, rebel that he is, asked for 3.
Indeed.
Here we go, Mike.
I was surprised he didn't cheat and ask for 4 instead. It sounds just like something he would do.
I thought about it.
Mike, after the world ends, you won't mind rainy days.
Of course not.
Your second card. Ooh, your second card. Make this nice and big here. Thrones make children of us all. And, ooh, you got another Rayo card here. Desire is the reason of raisins.
Lightning and brine. That's my...
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Yeah. So, I mean,
I got them.
That's funny. My mind just started thinking about like what I would do. That's not my job. Carlos, stay focused. Okay. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Claire. I'm clearing.
Carlos, darling, it's always your job.
Here we go now. Next up, we have Tina Jens. Tina, you asked for 3 cards. Here they come. One of my personal favorites in the deck. You will see your true reflection in the edge of an axe.
A Sangre card, appropriate.
Ooh. Dashed upon the rocks, mended with gold.
That's one of my personal favorites. Whenever I break dishes, Carlos glues it back together and then puts gold leaf on it so that I won't be sad.
They look nice that way too. Tina, your last card is all history will be lost to the unremitting snow. Give you a chance to concentrate on your 3 cards there.
And I've got that and sent them to her as well.
Sent already? Wow, that's really fast. Tina, you have what you need? Awesome. Here we go. Keep it moving here. I love the colorful litter that's forming all around these cards right now. All right. So the next person we have up is Gwen. Gwen, you asked for 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
Here they are. Here they are. I don't know if you've ever thought about it this way, but trees eat meat. Trees eat meat, Gwen.
That's another of my favorites. But let's face it, Carlos, they're all my favorites.
Gwen, your second card. I love this one. To cease loving, simply plug your nose. Who knew it was that easy? Sniff them no more.
Got them.
Got them. And Gwen, you'll tell me when you have stared deeply enough into these cards.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Clearing and moving to the next writer. Our next writer is Emma. Emma, you asked for a single card. You thought 1 card would be enough for inspiration? Let's see if this card will do it for you. Oh dear. How many have died by friendly knives?
Perfect.
and then bleed from the feet, apparently, right, Emma?
Absolutely.
Please notice the black dog in the corner watching all. Claire, did you get it? I'm sorry, I started moving quickly.
I totally got it.
You are just faster than I. All right. Great. Next up, we have Sam Shriver. Sam Shriver, you asked for 2 cards. Here they come. Good advice everywhere. Surrender with care. Surrender with care, Sam.
Oh, I'll try my best.
Also, don't always take advice from the card deck. Just a thought.
Right. But the card deck also says, flowers fear the storm, but crave the rain.
It's a nice combo.
I like it.
Yeah. I think I can do something with that.
Awesome. Claire, have you sent this off?
It's off.
You are fast as the dickens. Awesome. Off go these cards. On come new ones. Next up, I have Liam, and Liam, you asked for a single card.
Oh no.
Here it is. Good luck. Huh. You probably already knew this, but the scavengers win every war.
Oh, I love all the little monsters on this one. This is another of my favorites.
Nice.
The scavengers win every war. Liam, do you have what you need here?
I do.
And Claire?
Sorry, Carlos. Technical difficulty. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to do it
I
again.
took my own screen cap, so we're good.
Well,
okay, then I won't send you one. Fine, be that way.
I'll take it if you give it, but I got it if you don't.
That's great, Liam. Thank you so much. And we will move on to our next writer. Our next writer is LaShawn. LaShawn, you're rolling the dice with 3 cards. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do this.
Here we go. Number 1 is the flowers that beautify a grave are also dead. Two more. You've got 2 more. Oh, I like this one. I like the question ones quite a lot. And this one asks the question, where have you gone? Oh, my skeleton.
Our artist had broken her arm while horse riding, not her drawing arm, thankfully. And so she was particularly attached to this one. When we gave her the text, she was very happy to create the image.
Your 3rd card, LaShawn, is, from Paciour. I haven't had a lot of these so far. LaShawn, language walks you on its leash. What an
Wow.
interesting, wild menagerie this is.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
And they're
Okay.
sent to your email if you want them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. That is going to be, that's a very interesting combination. That's a wild mix. I like it. I hope you derive lots of inspiration from it, LaShawn. Clearing off the cards and then moving to our next writer. Our next writer is Kelly. Kelly, you asked for 2 cards. Are you ready?
Bring it.
Yes, Kelly. Though people are suffering, should we not drink wine?
Oh dear.
Look at that fop, that flaneur just hanging out on other people's bodies.
We learned the word flaneur from Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and we've been using it a lot.
Well, I actually learned it from Delia Sherman, but was reminded of it by Gordon-Levitt.
Yeah, it was a Hot Ones episode. Oh,
that's right.
Makes me.
And your second card, Kelly, no clarity without enemies.
Okay.
I got them.
Let's
I'm
do-
sending them.
Thank you, my dear.
Awesome. They're headed your way. Terrific. Just kind of like putting them in their own little spaces here. I feel like I'm making like my own NTF right now. If I just like made this a blockchain, I'd be like a billionaire right now, I think. All right. So let's see. Next up, Valia, are you ready?
I'm excited. I'm ready.
You asked for 2 cards. Here they are. Why did I sound like William Shatner? All right. Ooh, here we go. The weak command people. The wise command ideas. We have an abundance of the Rio cards. And here's one from Espacio. You are mostly holes.
Okay. All right.
No one's ever prepared for that card, let me tell you. All right. Oh, Claire, you got that?
Not yet. I'm at a bit of a lag here, but I'm just about to capture.
All right. Capture at will.
I got.
Excellent. Good luck with that. We are headed to our next writer as soon as I clear the screen here.
It's Aaron, I think.
It's Aaron. Aaron, you asked for 3 big ones. Are you ready?
No, but give it to me.
I know you're ready. Oh, this one. Given what you write about, I think this will do a lot for you. Statues have the most lamentable afterlives. The next card. I think we saw this one earlier. Even dragons are murdered for their gold.
Hilarious.
And finally, Aaron? Oh dear.
God.
The thief, his wife and her lover, inspired card. Is your purpose to be someone else's meal?
I mean, it could have been a Sweeney Todd inspired card, but you know, Titus Andronicus.
Love
There's
it.
a very specific last scene of cook, thief, wife, lover that looks a lot like this.
It's true. We should ask Beck about that. All right, Aaron, I've got.
Aaron, do you have what you need in terms of like staring at these cards?
Yes, I have stared into their souls.
Excellent. I clear them off. I move on. Okay. Into the corners you go. I can't wait to catch up on chat. I just cannot wait to see what everybody is saying. Okay, next we have Romy. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
You asked for 3 because you wanted to see a lot of them. Here
I
we
do.
go. So, oh, I really love this card. I feel like this card teaches us a lot. Death used to be better at killing you.
We love the Espacio cards because they're everything beyond the human, but like what we all reach for and strive for.
Your second card is look closer. The edges are ragged. Finally, ooh, another Espacio card.
Ooh, I like that.
Every discovery expands infinity.
Fantastic.
I'll give you a chance to stare at that. Claire, to take a screenshot of that.
I have all done. I'm sending it now.
Excellent. And Romy, you have what you need? I think you might be muted, but I'm going to assume you have what you need. Maybe you've already started writing. All right.
Yes, no, it's very good. Thank you.
You bet, you bet. All right. And then there was one. Sonia, you asked for one single card. Are you ready?
I did.
Here it comes.
All right.
I think we may have used almost all of these cards, but Sonia, a seed spends most of its life asleep.
All right.
Excellent. Claire is grabbing the screenshot now.
Thank you.
And Claire, you'll let me know when you have it?
It is sent to her, to them, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, thank you. And there is just one more draw to do. Chat, this is for you. Now remember, you can do whatever you want with this. You can draw, paint, you can do just anything that you want to with this inspiration.
Sketch a character, past, present, and future of a story. It could be anything.
Anything. I'm going to give
And
you
I'll post this on Twitch as well so that everybody can do the writing prompt who isn't watching.
Awesome. Yeah, and I mean, I can leave this up as well so it can just be there in the corner. But so your first card, chat, is... If it unlocks, it's a lockpick.
That's my real favorite.
Oh man, that guy's face, I love it. Oh, this one's like one of those too soon, man, too soon. How perfect the poem before it is written.
That's for all of you.
And then finally, man, we really were hard on Ryo and Espacio, I feel. Oh, this is just a good message and a good one to end on for all of us. Let's all live long enough for better stars. So, chat, this is your inspiration that you should take for the next half hour. So, Greg, what I'm going to ask you to do now, if you will be so kind, is start the timer. At this point, we're going to give everybody 30 minutes from the start, from when you press start, to create whatever they'll create. You don't need to finish anything. You don't need to feel like you have to get something complete or anything like that. Start something. And then tell us not only what you've written, but tell us what you're inspired to do after this, where your mind is going.
Okay, the timer has started. If I could just take one quick second to thank you as well to first of all, the Kickstarter is now up to 15,569. So we've made, I think, about 700 so far. 224 backers. Secondly, thank you to those who have resubbed to my channel, which isn't something I was pushing at all tonight. Classicor gave 10 subs out today, which was really generous. And a special thanks to the channel moderators who are doing great work, including speaking to one viewer who spoke Spanish, not English, and giving them some suggestions. Thank you for doing that. My mods are the absolute best. So yeah, timer is up and running.
Love it, love it, love it.
Thank you so much, Greg.
So at this point, what we'd like to do is bring on the editors and reviewers who we wanted to talk to. So Greg, I'm going to ask you actually to tuck away the overlay that has been showing the cards so far so that we can see the wonderful faces of the editors and reviewers who agreed to talk to us about Strange Horizons.
Okay.
And I just wanted to remind our own writers who are writing to set your own timers and mute us so that you can concentrate if you haven't done that already.
But do set your own timer so that you don't get lost, in your own thoughts, and then 6 hours later you emerge and are like, what year is it?
Oh, 6 hours, 30 minutes in human time. I was a whole... okay. Yeah, so that's all set. Whenever we have the editors specifically we're going to be speaking to, I can zoom in on them, Carlos, and then I'll transition over.
Okay. Great. So editors and reviewers, get ready to talk. The editors and reviewers that we have tonight are Nicasio, Rich, AJ, Julia, Lee, and Kat and Jed, I think, is here as well. I think I've got everybody. Did I miss anybody, Claire?
That sounded right, but we're going to ask them to each go around and introduce themselves as well and tell their connection to Strange Horizons.
Right, and please forgive me if I mispronounce anyone's name, but we'll go ahead and start with Nicasio. Please introduce yourself.
Hey, hi, it's me, Nico, coming to you from the Philippines. I have, so I'm currently a first reader at Strange Horizons. I've also done reviews for Strange Horizons. I publish nonfiction at Strange Horizons, poetry, and my second short story, SFF short story series at Strange Horizons. So it's so close to my heart.
Oh, I think we lost you right at the end there, Nicasio.
Oh, that was mainly just an air kiss.
Oh! When you air kiss
Very
on Zoom,
important.
you have to vocalize. Mwah!
Mwah! Exactly. There you go. There you go. My bad.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. Rich, hello.
Hi, my name's Rich Horton. I've been, reviewing for Locus short fiction for the last 20 years, writing a whole lot of other stuff in other places, including an essay in Strange Horizons way back in 2002, very early in both my career and the magazine's career. And I've also, reviewed a lot of work here at Strange Horizons and reprinted a lot of stories for the magazine in Best of the Year, my Best of the Year collection that I edit. I've reprinted many of the folks here on tonight's event, including many stories by Claire, including the two from Strange Horizons. One of them being Witch Beast Saint, the erotic stories you mentioned earlier. Stories from Carlos, from Aaron, from Sonia. So that's primarily my connection with Strange Horizons.
Oh my gosh, and such an important one. Just your storied career, and how it connects with Strange Horizons and all over FFF. Thank you for being here. Next up, we have AJ. Hi, AJ.
Thanks, Carlos. So my connection with Strange Horizons started actually the year the magazine was founded, in that's when I first heard of it in 2000. I graduated from high school that year and went off to college in New England. And one of my new college friends was like, oh, you're a writer. Have you heard of this magazine called Strange Horizons? They put out an issue every week. You would love it because they have poetry, not just fiction. So I have been reading Strange Horizons for a very long time. I had 3 or 4 poems get published in Strange Horizons before I came on in 2012 as one of the poetry editors. In fact, I think Sonia accepted all of the poems of mine that appeared. And one of them ran right after I joined staff because of the lag time between acceptance. So I may be one of the few people that it appears that I was published there like after I became, just a weird fact. Aside from all of that, I'm coming to you from Albuquerque, New Mexico. I teach part-time at University of New Mexico, where I'm also a doctoral candidate. I teach part-time at Central New Mexico Community College. And I kind of wish I was writing, but at the same time, I'm extremely tired. I just had a novel come out about a month ago, so I'm just gonna show that off real quick. It's called The Pursuit and the Pursuing, and it's one of many novels you're going to see this year that's based on The Great Gatsby now that it's in the public domain. This is a very, very queer take and a happier ending. And I can put links in the chat, but I think someone else would have to transfer that over to Twitch. But I also have a poetry collection that came out a couple of years ago, The Sting of It from Tolson Books. So yeah, writer, academic, Strange Horizons for life.
AJ, please put your links in the Zoom and I'll put them into the Twitch, okay? Thank you so much. Awesome. The next person we have is Julia. Hi, Julia.
Hi,
Julia.
Mwah,
Hello.
mwah, mwah.
I'm so excited to be here. I was a fiction editor for Strange Horizons from 2012 to 2015. It was the first place that I ever started really editing fiction. And Jed Hartman, Susan Marie Gropey, and Karen Meisner had done it before I came in. And all three of them kind of all decided to leave around the same time. So Lee Mandello and Anna Womoyela and I ended up replacing them. And they were so kind and helpful in training us how to do the job. And then I really kind of grew up with Strange Horizons. I think Leah Bobbitt said that they grew up with Strange Horizons. And I think I grew up as an editor with Strange Horizons. And I went on from there to edit lots of other things, from anthologies like Kaleidoscope Diverse YA Science Fiction and Fantasy, to other magazines, to starting my own magazine, which I'm currently the editor of, Mermaids Monthly, which is all about mermaids. And you can check that out at mermaidsmonthly.com if you are so inclined. I started that last year and we've got it up and running, and now we're handing it off to a brand new team because we wanted to pass the love on. And sort of all of this was none of this would have happened without Strange Horizons. It's all Strange Horizons' fault. I have also had a poem in Strange Horizon for the 20th anniversary issue last year, the same issue as Sonia Taife's poem. And it was really cool to be in the magazine, which I had previously mostly put other people's content in. It's also just lovely to be here with all of these beautiful people who, many of them I have edited in some capacity or other, whether it's for Strange Horizons or for something else. And just all of them are so beautiful and wonderful. It's great.
Oh, that's so wonderful. I've had a lot of chance to work with Julia, and I'm just so honored to know you. And I think Claire and Julia worked in Strange Horizons together, right? Like,
that is true. And actually, I wanted to bring up, Claire, you mentioned Witch Beast Saint, which was wonderful. But there's another story that you did in Strange Horizons that I really loved and that I worked on with you. It was very short, but it had illustrations also by Rebecca Houston.
That's true.
And
10 cigars.
It was 10 cigars. There were 10 tiny 100-word vignettes. And Rebecca Houston did illustrations for each vignette, and they're so cool. And I was so excited to be able to publish that and get to work with an artist who was making original art for these drabbles. It was so good. Anyway, you can look at all of that because everything on Strange Horizons is just free online. So you can go there and see them now if you want to.
Thanks for remembering that, Julia. I forget sometimes.
So cool. Thank you. Lee, you're up next. Hello.
Hello, everyone. So as Julia already said, we both started around the same time in 2012 to 2014. And in my head, when I was preparing for this, I was like, oh, that was like yesterday. And then I realized it was about a decade ago. And I had to look back and remember whose stories had we bought, like who had we edited. And it was a beautiful trip down memory lane, like seeing some folks here tonight, especially who I remember working on your stuff. And now looking back, I'm like, oh, it was a first piece or a second piece. And we were baby editors at that point, also just trying to learn as we went. So I feel like we got to really grow together. I wanted to do a shout out for realizing that Alex Harrow pointed out to me the other day as we were hanging out at a book thing that we bought Alex's first professional piece, which I did not realize at the time, but in hindsight is like, all right, okay. Another shout out for some of the awesome intersectional work Strange Horizons does. I was looking back and found Sam J. Miller's Kenneth, a User's Manual, which we published on World AIDS Day in 2014 and is a multimedia piece that is about as intense as you'd expect given my intro to that. But going back and reading it again and remembering the process of editing that piece and getting the art put together was really emotional. So I got to go down memory lane to come here for this. For me right now, I just finished my book tour for my debut novel. So I'm going to do the book thing too. Summer Suns, it has a great cover. I had nothing to do with that. Artists are amazing. Yeah, so it's been a whirlwind couple of weeks. That's done now. I get to disappear into the background again and stop being looked at quite so much, which I think for many writers is not our favorite setting. Some yes, but not for me.
Yeah, that's incredible. Do you have a link that I can put in the Twitch for you? Yeah, you can put that into the...
I'm pulling it up right now at Bookshop, in fact, so just give me a second.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Awesome. Great. The next person we have is Kat. Hello, Kat.
Hi. So I'm Kat Tanaka-Kopnick, and
I started looking at the list of questions that you sent out for us to prepare, and I started to well up in tears because I actually was really lucky and I got published in a hard copy version of a different essay I'd written before I'd ever gotten to Strange Horizons. It was my byline in Strange Horizons that absolutely made me just not burst into tears, but sort of seep out and just, it was as if I'd just become entirely tears inside. Because I remember really, really early on when the internet was so young and tender and nothing was there, and reading Strange Horizons and being so excited that some of us had decided to get together and burst open this field that had been these hallowed gates and these gatekeepers. And Strange Horizons was this, it was like a fulfilled promise of what science fiction could and should be, if we're going to publish all sorts of people and do all these exciting things. And so I really love that I reread my essay that I wrote for Strange Horizons. It's not Strange Horizons' fault that I only have one thing up there. When Ness was editing, they asked me several times for other things, and I was just swamped, and we had great ideas, and I regretfully said, you know what, I can't fulfill this on a good timeline, even though you're publishing every Monday. But I really love that all of my love of science fiction and why I panel in this field, why I help run conventions, why I sit there and nag from the sidelines about representation and diversity and inclusion and why these things are all important. It's all right there in this essay that I wrote for Strange Horizons. And I'm so delighted and proud to be part of this community of people that they are some of my favorite people in science fiction and fantasy. And I got asked, what would you pick out of this? And I'm like, I can't choose from here. There's so much good stuff that's just, it's always good. It's 20 years worth of just pick any week, every week. So I feel like Strange Horizons is super underrated, and I want it not to be. I talk it up all the time. So I'm like really, really thrilled to be here with everybody else, just basking in this joy.
Well, you're with
And
a whole bunch of people who don't underrate it. That's for sure. Let me tell
And
you.
here I am sitting in a dark and stormy night in the upper Midwest, and there is pouring rain and booming thunder and lightning, and it is just sort of perfect in this cozy early spookiness.
Wow. Nifty.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. And then the last panelist for this portion is Jed. Hello, Jed.
Hello. Speaking of thunderstorms, I apologize if there's thunder. It's been fairly loud a couple of times here. Great to see you all. Before I introduce myself, I wanted to note, I don't think anyone has quite explicitly mentioned that Strange Horizons has been publishing for 21 years as of last month, which makes it the longest running online science fiction magazine that pays pro rates for fiction.
Woohoo!
Yes. I also wanted to shout out to Marianne Mohanraj, who was the founder of the magazine. It has always been a group effort. It's always been a community, but it would not have happened without Marianne. So for me, I was a fiction editor there from the beginning, from 2000 until 2012. When I stepped down, it was a great time. And it keeps surprising me too that it's been nearly 10 years since I left. These days, among other things, I am publisher of Constellation Press, which is an ebook only small press.
Wow, incredible. Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here. And what we wanted to do with you all is ask you some questions about past, present, and future of Strange Horizons. So Claire, take it away.
And I wanted to suggest, because we only have less than 15 minutes left at this point, I'm going to post the questions also in the Zoom chat for the interviewees to see. And perhaps everybody could just choose one or two to answer instead of everybody answering everyone, just because would love to hear from all of you, and we would love to hear answers to all the questions. Does that sound okay to you, Carlos? Any other ideas?
Yeah, it's just a matter of then, who's going to be ready when, so I guess we will give everybody a moment to dwell. Maybe chat, this would be a great time for grabbing that second cup of tea if you're ready. And we're just going to give our editors and reviewers a chance to look at the questions, and then we'll call on you by name in the order that we introduced you. So Nico, Rich, AJ, Julia, Lee, Kat, and Jed. And we'll ask you to maybe just take a question or two and spend a few minutes answering them if that's all right. So good time to take a little bit of a break.
Carlos, do you and I just want to read the 5 questions aloud? We'll take turns, and that will be an initial.
I think that's a great way to fill a minute.
Okay.
Claire, you want to go first?
What does Strange Horizons specifically bring to the SFF genre, in your opinion? I know we've talked a lot about it tonight, but we'd love to hear from you.
Tell us of one significant encounter you've had with Strange Horizons, either as an editor or as a contributing artist.
In your mind, what is the quintessential Strange Horizons work of art? Poem, story, essay, review, or multimedia?
How do you think Strange Horizons has grown from its founding to its present day?
Where do you predict and or hope Strange Horizons will go from here?
So we'll give our editors and reviewers half a minute more to dwell on those things. And this is maybe a good time to remind you that if you haven't yet contributed to Strange Horizons Kickstarter, we'd love it if you would. I'm going to go ahead and do the little exclamation point thing. So you can see a link that will take you to the Kickstarter, and that will guide you to the place where you could make a contribution to one of the finest SFF magazines that is out there extant today. 21 years and going strong.
That if I could just jump in quickly, that second link that Triff had just put in, Strange Horizons KS, that'll lead you directly to it, just because that way the other one would lead to the Eventbrite event link, and you're already here, so that's fine. Also, I just want to quickly thank everyone who's been here. We've been holding very good numbers all night, and thank you for those who have been contributing to it. I also wanted to note that we have, speaking because we were talking about podcasts before, that both Triff Idimatz, one of my moderators, and Prince Justin, who's one of my regulars here, are contributors to, regular contributors to, of the Skiffy and Fanty Hugo Award-winning podcast, which a lot of people should be familiar with as well. And we have a lot of people who are either writers or writer adjacent or writing interested or all that kind of thing. So this all makes a lot of sense to all of them. And thank you all for being a part of this.
Great. So we'll start with Nico. Nico, what do you want to answer? What do you want to tell us?
So I kind of wanted to start out with a significant encounter with Strange Horizons, which I feel like is such a strange way to say that. But I wanted to bring up, so as I mentioned, I've been a first reader for the last couple of years. And when recently Strange Horizons was nominated for Hugo again, and there was this whole kerfuffle about listing every single person who worked on it, including first readers, and there were a lot of us. There are always a lot of us. But that was really big for me. I have to say, like I'm a little fish, right? Like I'm a slow writer. I put out like maybe 2 stories a year, if that. So to kind of like be folded into that for me really typified the ethos of the editorial team at Strange Horizons. That every contribution is a contribution, and every team member is a team member. There was a recent editorial as the team there kind of changed over a little bit recently, where I wrote this down. I don't know if it was Vasha or someone else was saying that they utilize an anarchic cooperation method of editorial structure in order to make things work, and that's so beautiful to me. And I think that kind of anarchy to me is like Le Guin dispossessed sort of anarchy. It's like the loving, community-based kind, and it's been so special for me to be part of Strange Horizons after coming from being a writer who aspired to be part of that on that end, to be able to be welcomed to the family that way is just wonderful. And I think again that really typifies the spirit of the place.
Thanks so much, Nico.
Thank you. Next is Rich.
Well, I thought since the main thing I
That's great. Rich, if you'll put those links in the chat, if you have them handy, you know, we can add those to the Twitch channel and spread the love, spread the word a little bit about them.
I just did it.
Oh, and Claire's already on it because she's awesome. That's great. Okay, AJ.
I'm going to speak to one of the questions that Rich just did, but in a slightly different way. And two of the questions in that list are very linked for me. And that is what Strange Horizons contributes to sci-fi and what is the quintessential type of work. I took it as less an individual story or poem that I remember and more like genre. So as I mentioned, I started reading it in 2000 when I was fresh out of high school and going into college. I had never really read sci-fi and fantasy as a genre in, you know, in junior high and high school. I maybe read The Hobbit and the first book of Lord of the Rings, but I was very much reading more, you know, classic literary YA fiction. But it was because of Strange Horizons that I even really gave genre fiction or genre literature a second look, because I realized, wow, there is, you know, here is one magazine that can provide not just quantity and quality, like week after week after week, and that blew my mind, but diversity at the same time, like the intersection of those three things, quantity, quality, and diversity. And when I say quantity, I mean a lot of really excellent stuff. So sci-fi as a genre was far more diverse than I had ever imagined. And that was enough to make me say, right, I'm in. As far as like the quintessential work, that weekly format of short issues, like kind of a short little weekly zine. I mean, I don't know of any other publication that does it quite like Strange Horizons, or certainly if there are others that do now. Strange Horizons was one of the first publications out there saying, you know, here, look, this is an issue. It can be a story, a review, some artwork, a poem. So just like these little tiny, I mean, if they were printed, I imagine they'd be those kind of like little, you know, stapled zine things only about that big that you see in independent bookshops and comic book shops. So yeah.
What a great answer. It's so interesting. And I think that is very much the Marianne Maharaj kind of approach, you know, where she's continued, you know, to do smaller, interesting little projects as well. That's a really interesting perspective. I love that. Awesome. So next on my list, I have Julia. Julia.
Yeah, okay. Well, I want to talk about some encounters I had because of Strange Horizons, which I had so many memorable encounters because of Strange Horizons. The first time I remember encountering a Strange Horizons was in 2002, when in the fall of 2002, I had moved to France to teach English for a couple of years at a French university. and I didn't know anyone, and I was just like alone in France. And I remember using my university office computer and like looking for fiction in English because I was in a foreign country and had run out of reading material. And the first story I ever read at Strange Horizons was Rhythm of the Tides by Lisa A. Nichols, which came out, I think, a little bit before I had found it. So like maybe it came out in September, but I was looking in November of 2002. But that was the first story I read in Strange Horizons. And I remember that after that, I basically just like read all the archives on the university computers in Nancy, France. And I really, it meant a lot to me to have a source of English language science fiction. And I really enjoyed reading the stories that were there. So I was a fan of Strange Horizons long before I actually started editing there. The second thing that happened is how I got into editing, which is that Jed actually had met me a couple of years before he decided to leave. And we had met in a non-professional context. We were just like hanging out one day because we had a mutual friend. But when he decided to step away, he was like, hey, would you like to apply to be an editor? And I was like, no, I would not. And then Jed was so patient with me for like, I feel like this went on for months. He would periodically be like, are you sure? And I'd be like, yeah, but why don't you tell me more about the editing process? And then we'd have like a 2-hour phone conversation where he would answer all of my questions very patiently. And at the end of it, I would say, wow, this sounds really interesting. I'm probably still not going to apply. But finally, after like 3 or 4 of these epic conversations where Jed was the most patient human, I finally agreed to apply for the job and then went through the rigorous vetting process where there were multiple rounds of tests and things, and eventually actually became one of the fiction editors. But I really had to be led into it. And I think that's one of the things that Strange Horizons does really well is it makes sure to be really open to and nurture and support people who might not always have the opportunities or be confident enough to want them and to take them, because it turns out I love editing and I can't stop, and it was a great choice for me, but it probably would never have happened without someone actually just like continually pushing and being like, hey, are you sure? Because you seem really interested, like maybe we should talk more. And I think they do that for writers as well, and that's really cool. And then finally, the third thing I want to say the third really funny encounter that I had around Strange Horizons was in probably this was like 2013, 2012 or 2013. They were having a party. This is probably at WisCon. It was probably the Strange Horizons Tea Party. I know we were like celebrating people, and so we'd gotten a cake that was made at a local bakery, and it was supposed to say Strange Horizons and have a planet on it and be very cool to celebrate like the editors who had been leaving. And we went and we got the cake and it said Storage Horizons. So I guess the bakery just really did not know what to do with the prompt to do Strange Horizons. They thought it must be for a self-storage place. So I thought that was really funny. Everybody took it in stride. It was still a wonderful party. We celebrated everyone. But I love the sense of humor that Strange Horizons has as well, because it was one of those things where that could have gone really badly in a bad workplace where, you know, you could have the mean boss who's like, how dare you? But instead it was just sort of like, this is really funny and we're all going to eat this cake and enjoy it and celebrate this magazine, which is sometimes things go wrong, and that's part of having a weird, wonderful, sprawling organization.
Thank you so much, Julia. Thank you so much. We have 3 more people and just no more seconds. So what do you think, Carlos?
I think we're going to have our editors give a slight extension to our writers, for which I am sure they will be exceedingly grateful.
Yeah.
So everyone takes 2 minutes. That's 6 minutes for our editors to answer one more question. And See, the chat here in Zoom is lighting up. The writers love us. You know, as a professor, I know extensions are the way to students' hearts. So I think it's working the same way here.
This is exciting.
We are going to be finishing soon, though. So get ready to stop wherever you are, writers. Remember, you don't need to finish the fact that you've begun. You don't need to finish the work. You just need to continue the work. as the
Another
old
6
saying
minutes has been added, by the way. So.
Oh, okay.
Thank you,
Wonderful.
Greg. So let's move on to Lee.
Lee, please. Yes.
So I forgot about Storage Horizons until just now. And thanks, Julia. That was one of the funniest things that's ever happened to me in a professional context. I think I'll take sort of a twofer on the like, what does it contribute and where is it going? And I also want to expand this out to be like, it's a public humanities project, like way outside of just our beloved world of science fiction and fantasy. Like there are not that many free publications of deeply diverse, often focused on early career and marginalized writers that pays professional rates, that takes a great deal of ethic of care with editing their work, to Julia's point about like really walking people through. I remember we sent a significant amount of revision requests for newer pieces that you could see what you wanted it to be or what it could be. And that is something that I think most magazines don't do at the scale that I associate Strange Horizons with doing, that desire to really push people into doing more and doing more. I also had many long talks with Jed, so shout out to Jed about, I don't know if I can do this. And he was very, very good about walking us through that process. So yeah, those are my two, that this is like culturally huge in a lot of ways. And to lastly turn the clock back a little to remember when I started reading it, it was wildly difficult to find queer fiction anywhere. And I think we live in a world where that has changed a lot, like in the past decade since we were doing it. But I mean, I think when Julia and Anna and I were editing, it was significantly one of the main places you would go to find queer fiction, fiction by BIPOC authors that none of the other magazines were presenting as their central core focus. And with a team of editors to that anarchic energy, we all had very different tastes. So there were lots of jokes in our editorial meetings about the things that we lean toward. Like I am the king of bad vibes, which is like not ended if you read my criticism at Tor or anything. I love stuff that makes me upset or that is deeply sexy, one or the other. And that was a different vibe than what my editors were often choosing. But the result was this awesome patchwork. And then the other departments with poetry and criticism too. So you would get this awesome melding together of things. And yes, maybe both, to Julie in the chat. So yeah, I think it does a lot. You get lots of voices.
Oh, it's terrific. I was just thinking too that Julia, you know, you couldn't accept too many mermaid stories because then you become that mermaid magazine. So then you went off and made the mermaid magazine. So kind of like that same idea of like, you know, the compromise of taste and then all the things that it has generated.
We bought so many Selkie stories in a row once. I just want to put that out there into the past and the history. We accidentally bought like 4 in a row and we're like, oh no, Selkie month.
Exactly. Yeah. So Kat, you're up next.
Hi. So I want to expand on the things everybody was saying before, and also because I'm me and I apparently don't follow directions very well. I want to get back to my personal project, which is going on for years. That I'm realizing in the midst of this conversation that Strange Horizons plays a key role in the fact that I dared to do it at all, because that anarchic energy of that zine energy and the idea that not only could you have a zine and have this whole like let's all get together and put on this show attitude, but it could pay people. And so I am writing a dictionary of social justice and an etiquette for social justice, because Strange Horizons is one of the places that convinced me that there were places in the world that did not rely on traditional gatekeeping, and that voices could be heard that were not usually heard, and that yes, there are billions of people and billions of stories, and more of them are going to be able to come out. And I'm really excited by all the things that Strange Horizons has inspired in the genre and in other places where other people have, including people here who are Strange Horizons alums, have come up with their own projects, so that as we're at the cusp of this exciting and terrifying time in the world where we need bigger stories and bigger ideas and different ways of looking at things, we have an established practice of seeking these out in a place that they should go to. So that's, I think, the biggest thing for me about Strange Horizons is that it takes somebody saying, hey, let's, and then actually doing it. And to keep doing it consistently week after week is the most phenomenal thing. And to be able to keep this free. And people have been really good about not shilling and not demanding or not doing the telethon begging kind of thing. But I'm going to be shameless and do this and say, guys, late stage capitalism, we need your money. Please, thank you. So that's my bit.
That is awesome. Maybe
Thank
that's just
you,
like
Kat.
a new, like byline for Strange Horizons. Late stage capitalism, we need your money. You know. So.
And
And,
Kat,
like,
we put your Patreon in the chat there too.
Thank you so much. Also, I want to know if somebody actually knows how many authors Strange Horizons has managed to publish in all these decades, because I want to know how many people actually, individual different people, were pushed out into the world by Strange Horizons.
Yeah, that's an amazing question. Jed, will you take us home, please?
I'll try. I'm going to talk mostly about what the Strange Horizons bring to the genre, and I'm going to start with early days, when it was a really trailblazing magazine in a variety of ways. I wrote a history of online prozines for the decade of 2000 to 2010 or so, which I can link to in the chat later. But we were among the first of them, and we were the only one at the time that was specifically calling for diversity. In the mission statement, we said, you know, we want stories from a wide range of authors and perspectives, and traditionally underrepresented. I should note that for the first few years, most of the editors were white. We didn't publish enough fiction by Black authors, but even so, having a woman of color as the editor-in-chief made a difference, and having that mission statement, many people have told me, made a difference that they felt explicitly welcomed to send work. Another part of the influence has been that during those early years, we helped a lot of authors get their C.S.E. qualifying sales because we paid C.S.E. qualifying pro rates from the start. And that that helped to change the face of C.S.E. There was more to it than that. It wasn't just us. Very few authors got all 3 of their qualifying sales through us, but quite a lot of them got 1 or 2 of them. And the last bit I wanted to say in this part is that it was a new model for science fiction publishing, in particular that it was a nonprofit, which Marianne had to convince me and various others was a legitimate way to go. I had never heard of such a thing as a nonprofit magazine, and she was absolutely right. And also in particular, the collaborative large staff idea, the idea that you can keep going when the staff changes because you have multiple people in each department. If somebody disappears permanently and is never heard from again, as happens in a lot of volunteer projects, you have other people to back them up, and so on. And I think that all of that has worked really well together. And then to segue into briefly where do you hope SH will go from here, I think that another piece of what Strange Horizons has done is to continue to innovate, to do new things, Samovar and the special issues, and expanding the staff and expanding what they're doing. I think it's great, and I hope that they will keep doing new things. I hope they'll keep publishing new writers and keep working toward a better future.
That is so
Thank
awesome.
you.
That is a great segue too to the next part of our show. So writers, light those cameras up, get those microphones ready to be hot. You don't have to turn them on until it's actually your turn to speak. But welcome back.
Welcome back. We lost a few writers to time zones and sleep. Thank you all for staying. We have at least one who sent us some text to read in their place as well.
Right. So writers, what we're going to ask you to do is take a selection. Some of you may have written more or less, but try to think about about 90 seconds to 2 minutes of an introduction. And then what we'll let you do is just talk about your inspiration and where you think you'll go with whatever you were working on. And I mean, I just saw Claire Humphrey's post. I wrote a whole ass story in the chat. That is so great. I mean, I just love to see that happen. But we'll just, for the sake of time, we'll ask everybody to read for about 1.5 to 2 minutes. Please don't go over if you can avoid it. And then we'll ask you a little bit about where you think you'll go with this thing that you've started from there. Oh, and I want to say thank you to all the editors as well for contributing. Those comments were so valuable. Some folks have to, again, because of time zones and everything, get going and actually fall asleep for a little bit. So
Or eat dinner,
Right. So thank you, all of you who've participated so far. So we're going to go in the order in which you were given your cards. That means that Jillian, you are our first reader tonight. Hello, Jillian. How was your half hour?
Hello, Carlos. It was delightful. I mean that sincerely. I've been sort of practicing for this. I made a challenge for myself this October to write a very micro short story every morning about a lady monster, and I feel like I just wrote another. So I'm very happy about that.
Hear it.
2 minutes, you say?
Yes.
Okay. You are wrapped in a blanket that smells of mothballs, your grandmother's house, and the hot sun slanting in from the window each morning. When you sit up, it falls from what's left of your human face. Grandmother has not lived in this house for many years. You have taken over her watch, the new guardian of the gate. You slide into your chair and speed into the living room. There's your window, like the square through which a bank teller looks out, or maybe like the window of a fortune teller in a booth at the county fair. When the travelers go by that window, they often won't look you in the eye. They bring you gifts, all food, pine nuts, thick honeycombs, coconut meat, chocolate sometimes that tastes as dark and bitter as coffee, sweet and sticky rice, and goat's milk in acorn cups. Most of those who pass by through the window are small, hairy, green, dangerously beautiful, or extravagantly ugly. You like the last best. They look you in the eye. They smile sometimes. They are kin to you. Doesn't your blood run with the same golden ichor that lights fire in their veins, that gives them passions and abilities and life beyond mortal accidents, short of their heads being separated from their necks? Of course, much of the food they give you is poisonous, not intentionally most of the time. It's just that you are human too, you see, and fragile in a way they are not. You have a lifespan longer than your neighbors who live with you on Hickory Lane, who have cars and flatbed trucks that smell like lead and gasoline, who have smoky, loud barbecues in their backyards that, out of neighborly obligation and often kindness, they invite you to when they see you emerge from the house to get your mail, collect the rolled up newspaper in its plastic bag, pick up groceries delivered to your door. They don't see the travelers, those strangely shaped people. And that's all I read.
Yes, thank you. Awesome.
I mean,
thank you.
Take a look at the Zoom chat because people are going, whoa.
Oh, I'm seeing that now. Oh my goodness.
Oh, so terrific. So, I mean, you've been in training. You've been doing this all October. Do you know where you're going with this?
I have been obsessed with sort of fair folk and fairies since I started writing, essentially. I don't know. I want to make this into a little short story, I think. Right now I got up to about 890 words, not including the challenge, which was drink a little poison every day. So I'm going to see if I can finish that off, polish this up, and see if anyone is looking for micro short stories, or maybe it's something longer. I don't know yet. We'll see.
love it.
Edits are fun.
They are fun. I also just want to say 890 words in 30 minutes. Writers, this is what you can do. Give yourself little challenges like this. It can crack it open. This is one of the things Claire and I have found with these cards, that, the agony of the blank white page or the staring screen, it can be broken by a little game. So awesome. Thank you, Jillian.
Thank you, Jillian.
Carlos and Claire and everybody.
So next up we would have Fabio, but Fabio was writing to us from Rome, where it's basically tomorrow. So he had to pass out for a while. But Claire, you said that he sent us a little something that he wrote. So if you would
He
read on his
did.
behalf.
So he sent me this email and he said, it's the beginning and the end of the story in the universe of my story, Seven Horrors, which is published in his collection, Love and Archaeology. He doesn't have a title yet, so I'm going to read the beginning and the end, very short, and I put a link to his collection in the chat for you all. I'm so tired of killing. In the beginning, I had trouble sleeping. I could see their faces, and I could feel the guilt laying heavy on me. The confessor, though, used to tell me that a guilty assassin is an instrument out of tune, and that if I could not bring myself to accept it, then I should better choose another function. But our fellowship was complete, and there were no empty roles to fill. Each of us was doing exactly what she should do. So I went to the healer. She was kind and attentive, or at least she was until she switched functions and became the assassin. But those were very special circumstances. That's the beginning, and the end is, you must be asking yourself why I mentioned another assassin when the fellowship must allow only one person per function, right? There was a final murder to be done at the end of the day. I took the time corridors one last time. I didn't hesitate. I was so tired that I welcomed anything that could take me out of this. So I met myself and murdered me. There is only one of each function, but there are many deads in our fellowship. I count myself now among their ranks. I have a new function now. I am the cadaver.
I love it, the beginning and the end. That is such a, I could not write like that. That's amazing. Wow.
It's great though, and you could tell he was tired from the assassin being very, very tired as he's about to end all of this. Exactly. Sleep well, Fabio.
Oh, I hope you see this. I hope you're listening to this, Fabio, like whenever you're watching this on YouTube or whatever. We loved it. Thank you so much. So next up, we have Claire Humphrey, who finished, and I quote, a whole ass story. Claire, do not read us a whole ass story, but please read us about 1.5 to 2 minutes.
I will be delighted. I found Ruby outside of the pilot's mess. She was lighting a smoke with her glove cupped to hide the light. I edged up quick and nudged my shoulder against hers to share the flame. So did another pilot, a tall fellow with a dark mustache, but Ruby snuffed the light with a quick puff of air through her pursed lips. 3 on a match, she said. I'm not getting this little sweetheart killed along with us, George. In the sudden darkness, I couldn't see her face, but I could hear the chuckle in her voice. The cherry of her smoke brightened as she inhaled, showing me her cheekbone and the curve of her upper lip. I heard George grumbling and the heels of his boots grinding on the gravel as he walked away. Ruby sniffed. It's an old story, she said, but we're a superstitious lot. Are we safe here? I said. Are you sure they can't see us? They don't have eyes, Ruby said, or ears. Maybe they sense air pollution or temperature changes. I've never heard that, I said, looking up into the inky night sky. No stars, a fog had blown off the coast in the afternoon and still lay heavy over the airfield and the town. Don't tell the papers, Ruby said, pinching my cheek in a fond way. Now, what will your mama think if you come back with your lipstick all messed up? It can't be, I said. I just touched it up. Then you wasted your time because I'm going to mess it now.
I love it. Do you know where you said you have a whole ass story. Do you feel like you've got the whole picture? Like I don't want spoilers, I guess, if you know where it's going, but I'm also very curious as to where it's going.
Well, I haven't even got to the part that introduced the prompt, which was the artist will possess you. So that maybe gives you a hint of where it's going.
Ah, interesting. Oh man, that sounds super fun, man. And so yeah, that sounds great. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and keep moving on for the sake of time here. Jose, I have you as next. Hi, Jose.
Hey. All right. So I basically took the prompt and combined it with the 2 most sinister locations and settings that I have ever seen in my real life. And that is, I attended an all-boys Jesuit private Catholic school that had a chapel that's identical to the one described in this story. And I also was a counselor at a summer camp for boys that had a kangaroo court, very much like the one that's described in this story. So this is titled Untitled. The chapel was dark in the middle of the night, but it was not empty, not this night. One moment, the old air conditioning unit hummed and wheezed, and the next, dozens of dress-shoed feet stomped in unison, once per second. Slowly, a mutter arose. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. The acoustics of the circular chapel were such that even a very low chant quickly became loud enough to drown out any other sound. After a minute of this, a single match flared, silencing the chant. In the matchlight, dozens of masked boys stared, fidgeted, adjusted their masks, or simply coughed nervously. Welcome, said the boy holding the match, a senior or a junior by his height, to midnight mass, where we root out weakness and cast out the inferior. As he spoke, he lit the candles on either end of the altar. By day, this chapel belongs to the priests of St. John Vianney School for Boys, but at night, it belongs to us. A boy by the door laughed and said, "That's right," only to be quickly silenced by a look from his peers. "Brother Fox," the first speaker called out. Another older boy stepped forward. "Yes, Brother Hawk." "Read the first charge." Brother Fox pulled a slip of paper from the pocket of his uniform slacks. "The court calls Juan Ernesto Alvarez to answer for his crimes." The boy just named, a 7th grader, had thought himself anonymous in his mask, but the moment his name was read, he discovered the 2 older boys had somehow maneuvered to stand next to him. Before he could do more than recognize the sound of his own name, his arms were grasped and he was pulled forward. One of his roommates must have sold him out, but discovering which one was a puzzle from another day. And I'll go ahead and stop there, but it goes on for about another 7 or 8 hundred.
Catholic punishment kangaroo court.
I will spoil it and tell you that because Juan is a regular in this chapel, he knows that there is a spot where you can stand and speak even at normal volume and be heard by everybody, and he turns this fact to his advantage.
Ha! Oh man, I love it. Oh, that's great. Jose, do you feel like, because I know you were working, to make sure that you were ready for tonight. Do you feel like your practice paid off?
Yes, it was good practice. It reminded me of, some principles that I just, you don't learn things so much as remember them and forget them and remember them again. So I needed to get back into practice.
Man, that is actually really super smart, and as someone who I know is a teacher, that's a great thing to tell students as well, that, you don't know things and then build. It's just like you have to keep reminding yourself and reminding. It's great. Thank you so much, Jose.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. It was great.
Awesome. Next we have Jamie. Hi, Jamie.
Hey, Clareless. Yeah, that was a really good prompt, and I was gonna try to write a new story, but I'm like just deep in like novel revisions right now, and like the prompts you gave me just fed directly into like what I'm exploring in my novel. So I couldn't help it, and I had to like write a character portrait instead.
Perfect.
We love that.
So my novel is basically like I've been drowning in what's called isekai fantasy right now, where like all these people die, and somehow they are either reincarnated or they just find themselves in the body of like some character in a media that they've recently consumed. And so I just took that, and I'm just thinking through like the problems of this little like subgenre of like how no one ever really thinks about their previous lives or lets that permeate their current life and compare the worlds, and also thinking about portal fantasies. So I wrote a little scene about that, and it's about 700 words, and I'll try to read as much as possible in 2 minutes. I got 2 minutes, right?
2 minutes.
Okay. When Lily attends a star singing ceremony, she is always struck by how ordinary everyone looks. The king does not wear his crown or any of his royal accoutrements, and though the titled are richly dressed, the nighttime darkness mutes them and hides their riches. And she thinks of the parents she left behind, their shouting and their screaming, and the dirty despair that still clutches her heart sometimes, wondering how to survive. When the priest raises his voice, Lily cringes because she expects threats of hellfire and brimstone and accusing glare because of the one time she was caught with the pastor's son, never mind that it had not been her fault. And thus church had become difficult to sit through and only done to accompany her poor mother who clung to alms to make ends meet. But people here do not worry about how to make ends meet. For them is the fatigue of making decisions out of plenty. And beside her, her lover now takes her hand and says, "The priest can help you clear your mind," which is an ongoing conversation. Does she want to erase the memories of her old world, so ingrained in her habits and the way she expects people to live? Does she ever want to fit in and accept how people could love so easily in a place where it is safe to do so? And does she ever want to forget the helpless sense of falling from 50 floors and the searing pain of concrete upon bone? And she worries about when her night terrors will end and whether her lover will grow tired of her eventually, her unwaking mumbles in a language not from his world, her inability to let go of the mother that birthed her soul, and her twitching when he touches her. And before she can answer, he raises his voice in song, joining the chorus of his part in the ceremony, lyrics she has yet to learn. And his face is turned to the sky like everyone else's, and her ears taste the sweetness of his tenor tolling across the fields. And I will stop there.
Oh, yay! Gosh, I could feel the confidence of a well-honed narrative voice behind that, you know? So it's like, it's a character study, but there is a narrator who is a second character there. Oh man, that is rich. Awesome. And again, 700 words in half an hour, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nothing to sneeze at.
Thank you
Awesome.
so much.
Thank you for letting me read that.
Terrific, terrific, terrific. Francesca, we have you up next.
Okay. Hi there. Yeah, all right. So I had one of the two prompts was about mice and making mice fear you. And then the other one was break the wheel that would break you. But I don't think this is about making mice fear you. This is sort of different, but it is about mice. So here we go.
Perfect.
They are much too comfortable in your house, my dear. Much too comfortable, these rodents, these vermin. You know they spread disease, don't you? You know that they nibble on wires, start house fires. You do? Then where are your traps? Where is your poison? Where, at the very least, is your feline with its sharp claws and teeth and its playful way of prolonging a death? These nasty creatures behind the walls are no pets or playmates. You understand that, don't you? They will chew up your blankets to line their nests. They will shit in your cupboards. They will bite the corners off your chocolate hoard. Good playmates would not behave that way, would they? Don't you jut out your chin at me like that, young lady. I understand that they are small, with little white feet and black eyes and furred tails, and you are charmed. You fancy them wee folk, but you must imagine how it will be when they race across the floor in numbers like some rodentine tide. What will you do then? Do you think Pied Pipers are to be had for the asking? It's not so, my dear. Pipers are hard to get a hold of, and then you must pay them. My God, I see it in your eyes. You are committed to them. You like the scrabbling in the walls, the skittering in the ceiling. Disgusting, disgusting. Well, I tell you, it won't end there. You think that this is some sort of happily ever after. You and these, well, it's not. You'll call down the owls. That's what will happen. The owls, they'll descend on this place with their silent wings and staring eyes, and the foxes with their fine smiles and their opulent tails. And that will be the end of your mouse paradise. And don't be imagining that you'll learn to love a house of owls and foxes either, because what's a predator to one is prey to another. And do you know the fell creatures that prey on owls and foxes? Do you know? Do you? If you knew as I know, if you had ever once felt the breath of those others, if you had ever once scented their scent, if you had been chained to the ground by your own terror, begged for wings and received cement weights, I must leave you now. I will not be here a moment longer. I will not, cannot, not again, not again. You are on your own. I have tried, but you are unreasonable. You are willful. It's your own doom. I leave you to it. I will not be back again.
Holy moly!
That's so wonderful.
Francesca, I'm wondering if you're maybe working through a few things in your own fiction a little bit here. No, that was terrific. Thank you so much. What a powerful voice you communicated there in such a short time. Terrific.
Thanks. That was a lot of
Thank
fun.
you. So, Maria, hello. Are you with us right now, Maria? Maria,
they had a little emergency.
Yeah, they had a bird emergency, a bird-related emergency. So we might have to come back to Maria. I'm not sure that she'll be able to join us. She had something written though, so I'm hoping that we'll be able to come back to Maria a little bit later. That means that Charles, you are up.
Charles Paciour, are you still here?
Yeah, I just saw him, right?
Charles is muted right now.
Oh, Charles? Yes. We still can't hear you. I see that you're unmuted, but we still can't hear you for some reason. I don't know if you have iPods or something. Sometimes they take over computers. We heard you before. I tell you what, Charles, we'll give you a chance to work out audio issues, and we'll come back to you right after our next reader. Okay? So we will just jump for the moment to the next person on the list, who is Leah, and then we'll come back to Charles. So Leah, are you ready to roll?
I am, yeah.
Oh, wonderful. How was your half hour and change?
It was really good. This clicked in nicely with something I've been thinking about a little, so it was fast and furious.
Love it. Let's hear 2 minutes worth.
Okay, so the prompts I had were the choice is fear or any other action, and the fruit desires to be devoured. And what I've got the beginning of here is called Practices for Taking Death from the Body. You sit on the scratched pine table and watch his hands, lean, scarred, long-fingered. You knew where he lived because the whole point of a city like yours is the things everyone knows and no one talks about. The Tuesday Liberationist Movement's torturer lives in a 2-up, 2-down at the gutter end of Andalusia Street, where yellow lights swing from their leashes through the short summer night. You walked past the factories and warehouses broken up into little rooms for people like you, past the backlots where the bodies went, and he answered the door, tall and lean and too young, dark hair restrained brutally from curls, dark eyes sharp and cold sober. You don't show it, he said, and go home. And you know who I am, don't you? You can't look at him, you can't. Instead, you look at the old unstained red rug, the adjoining wall to the house next door, muffled in bookshelves, faded anatomy textbooks, and dead houseplants in unrepatriated soil. The liberationist's torturer lays his right hand on your shoulder, left on your chest, and lays you back across the table. You are breathing, and the hardwood patches your skull at the back must curve unyielding. He cuffs his white sleeves and studies the length of you, cataloging every joint. You were drawn by an artist once for $50 and a bag of dry rice every weekend, until his pencils and the rice ran out, and you made a game of catching the moment when he stopped seeing a breathing soul and flipped into circles and lines. This isn't different. A collection of tendons that can be severed, veins split, skin bruised and burnt. You are not the kind of woman who bears herself like this. His thumb finds the cluster of nerves below your toe and pushes. The sensation fizzles through your leg down to the arch. Every feeling since the incident is cold soda water. For the first 5 months, you couldn't feel your heart beating. You knew it was beating because you weren't dead yet, but every time you reached down with your senses to feel it, there was a ripped cold hole where your life should be, and touching it terrified you. The night you looked straight at it and didn't divert your eyes, your jaw cracked wide, and you screamed and screamed and screamed, but soundless, so you didn't wake the neighbors through the wall. It doesn't hurt, you tell him. I'll know when it hurts. Yeah, I'll stop there probably.
There was a ripped coal. Oh man, the description there was so lush. Do you know where you're going with it?
Yes. Yes, but it's I'm gonna have to sit very still and let that one come to me, I think.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh my gosh, remarkable. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Leah. Charles, let's check back and see if we've got your sound working.
Is this working now?
It is.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yay.
Charles,
I-
your 2 minutes.
All right. Let us begin. The sea casts no shadow, and yet the city wallows in one all the same. The streets still and quiet, the church bells mute against the weight of darkness. Slippered feet swish in gentle rhythms under the starless sky. First there is blood. Mercy is leaving no broken families, entire lines cut with the finality of sharp blades. Only one bed in the house is bloodless, and those slippered feet return to the sea with their own burden, their own purpose. To the cliff tops over which the bay is a still canvas waiting for a painter's hand. At sea, the boats approaching pray for a scene of pillage and riches. The city sacked, the treasure holds plundered, the peace painted by sword and by fire, cannon and daring. The child is held at the cliff's edge, eyes wide, body still. He doesn't struggle, doesn't dare. Everyone in the city knows that when danger sails into the bay, the city holds only one defense, one answer, one pact. On the red nights, everyone hides under covers, shies from the windows, everyone but the youngest of them, who don't know better than to look, but who only need the one time to learn. The night wails, wind whipping harder, faster, swirling around the small crowd on the cliff. The child waits and watches. On the ships, the sailors pause. Around them, the night stills. Their perfect darkness to strike, their perfect plans for a city ripe for pillage, lit suddenly by a point of blinding white. Colors swirl, separating from the brilliance, yellows and greens, blues and violets, and reds, consuming everything else. And I'll pause there.
Wow. I don't know if you could see the Twitch chat, but people were complimenting not only the prose that you had written, but your performance as well, that your reading is very beautiful as well.
The Twitch and the Zoom, everybody.
Do you know where you're going with the story?
So it's one of these things where it's like I'm not sure this. I wrote like about 500 words, and I'm like, well, the story is, for what it was, the scene is sort of complete. But out of that, there was an idea that I think I'd like to explore further about. I didn't get to the part that sort of described the star more, but sort of the idea of stars being harnessed for certain things was interesting to me, and having a starless sky for a reason, and sort of a sinister reason, was neat.
Right.
So, yeah,
right.
probably that.
A sky mind of stars. That's interesting. Yeah. Did you have is that the cry of a dying star? Was that one of your cards?
Yes, that was the one. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Oh, Carlos, Maria Haskins is back.
Maria Haskins, please, let's get you right in here to read to us right now.
Oh gosh, guys, thank you. I'm so glad you're still here. A bit of a situation here, but okay. Hi.
Hi. So how was your half hour? I mean, it sounds like it was exciting for external reasons.
Yeah, for other reasons. Yeah, no, I kind of had an idea. So I love these cards. They are beautiful and definitely good for story cues. So I do have a story. Should I read it?
You should. We're doing about 90 seconds to 2 minutes.
Okay, just tell me when to stop if I go over two. All right, so should I say what my cards were first, or?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Because they were so beautiful. It was, there is no truth, only wagers, and guts make the finest music. I love those. Now I got to find my document here. Here we go. Maya didn't know what to do with her instrument. She'd played it quietly, trying not to call too much attention to herself. But strange things happened whenever she strummed the strings. Gulls would cry and gather beneath her window. Black cormorants sat waiting silently in her yard, eyes gleaming in the sun. She'd won the harp on a wager, too drunk at the bar by the docks one night. "Can you sing?" someone had asked, asking her to sing for her supper, but Maya knew her voice was only an instrument of torture. "No," she'd answered, "but I can play the harp." "I bet you can't play the harp," the old woman across the bar told her. "Bet you've never even laid hands on one before." The old woman, dressed in a scale shimmering dress, was as drunk as Maya, but she had a look about her, the kind of look that said danger ahead, but Maya was too drunk to care. "Want to bet?" Maya asked, and the woman had smiled then, a feral gleam to her sharp teeth. "Show me," she'd said, "and play me something." But Maya told her she'd pawned her harp ages ago, which was the God's honest truth. But the woman grabbed her capacious purse and dug around in it until she found what she was looking for, a beautifully carved harp, gleaming bone white in the lights above the bar. The strings gleamed too, but with a tinge of green, as if they were touched by bioluminescence. Maya gaped, and then she played, and never had she played such an instrument. It had a tone that reminded her of wind and sea, of the light playing on waters at sunset and the way the sky dipped into the sea at night. When Maya stopped playing, the old woman was crying. "Keep it," she said. "I've never heard it played like that before. Not since I carved and strung it. It belongs to you, that's for certain. Even the Sea King, who told me he'd give me whatever I needed to make him the best harp in the world, even he would agree, though in the end he might have gotten the wrong end of that bargain. But guts really do make the best music." "I wonder if the Sea King can hear me," Maya thought, and strummed the harp, watching as the seabirds gathered once again in her yard, crying out as if in grief as they were listening.
Oh, that's a great place to end. Awesome. We're very fond of Sea Kings in the Hernandez household.
Super fun. Love them. Love them a lot.
Yeah.
And I love that you actually incorporated, one of the cards, the actual language of one
That
of the
is
cards.
such a good one. I mean, honestly, I couldn't pass it up.
Oh, that's awesome. And I'm glad that you were able to come back and
Thank
share
you.
that with
Yeah,
us.
no, I'm so sorry. And I'm so grateful that I was able to be part of this. It's wonderful. It was a wonderful idea.
Terrific fun to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and continue on. Our next reader is Sally. Hi, Sally.
Hi.
How'd it
I love
go?
the cards. I'm sorry. What?
Oh, I just said how'd it go?
I think it was okay. I love the cards. It was terrifying, but in a good way. And so I have 20 lines of like a proto poem. So I had pain is the opposite of thought, and inaction is the death before death. And I ended up, a crazy thing happened while I was sort of messing around. I pictured this kind of bird inside the human body made out of pain. So I wrote this thing. It's weird. Here it is.
Yeah.
Once I found the body within the body. Once pain peeled back the bones from my nest, gave me a death before death, the one that led my body to shine against pain's first skin. Gave me the brood of bones pinned to the bruised bird inside. Arterial as night, that bird rose up through my ribs, worried her barbed wings up, her dress, my throat, soaked in rain and bile, greased eyelet, a crease of November sky. I wanted her to leave out my eye. I wanted to take my crone throat back. I turned to turn her, found my body starry and spinning her own, turning her wet feathers, her moans, her sweet black galaxy. My pain became her pain. We spun and spun until death was the November field where we could not name the stars.
Wow. Yay!
Weird.
It's a whole ass first complete poem.
It's beautiful. Beautiful. Love it. Love it. Love it.
It happened. I love the cards. So I feel like I stole from hearing some of the other cards too. I was like, I think the bird probably came from a different card, but whatever.
Whatever. Exactly. You take your inspiration where you can, right? That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So next on our list, the mighty Mike Allen. Mike.
So my cards, I got 3. One was After the World Ends, You Won't Mind Rainy Days. Then there was Thrones Make Children of Us All. And then there was Desire is the Reason of Reasons. And I had this whole entire adventure during my half hour. I got a little bit of a head start, so I went and helped Anita with something and came back, and I got a good head of steam going, and then somehow managed to shut down my word processor without having saved. So, and so then I went into the scramble to see if there was some backup version of what I had written somewhere, and I found one, but it only had about half of what I had written. So I started again from there and managed to get and rewrote what was gone and managed to get a little bit further than what I had written in the first place. So that is all the effort that went into these words. And I think the amount I wrote were pretty much exactly fit the time period. So
okay.
I told the child over and over that once he ended the world, he would miss the rainfall. He didn't believe me. I hate the wet, he said. I hate the mud, he said. I hate the dark. I'm sorry the lightning scares you, I told him. His normally pale complexion reddened even more deeply. No, he spat. I love the lightning. I want only lightning. Lightning and thunder all the time. I never want it to stop. I lowered my gaze to stare at the blue and fuchsia fabric of my robe, which fanned across the marble tiles as I knelt. Nonetheless, the child's gaze weighed on me. Every pupil-like darkness within his 10 clusters of 10 compound eyes focused on my bowed head. Thousands of cables stretched from the child's ponderous cranium, leading upward and backward into the great darkness of the vault. The cables creaked whenever he spoke, and I fancied that what I heard were the despairing groans of the ship itself, this vessel that the child controlled, or the ghostly protestations of its dead passengers. You can have all the lightning and thunder you want, my love, I said to the floor. Yet I don't want you to forget, once you have made this change, you can never change the world back. With nothing but thunder and lightning all the time, you might get bored. I will not, the child said. My voice did not tremble. You are right, my love. You are always right. You will not. But before you do this, may I please get my visor and my helmet? I will enjoy this too, but after a short time, I will lose my eyes and ears, and I will never see or hear you again. And were that to happen, I could not live. When he did not answer, I risked raising my head to regard his colossal face. 4 of his 5 mouths hung with lips slightly parted. His central mouth, the largest one, twisted in a pensive manner, and he allowed his second row of top teeth to snag his fleshy bottom lip before releasing it to speak. The light and roar will hurt you? I grew even more daring, turned my head to glance over my shoulder at the child's view, the immense display that filled an entire wall of the vault, allowing us to view the surface of the planet, its constant blood-red rain that obscured all landmarks. And that's as far as I got.
Oh my God.
Oh, Mike.
Oh, Kind of like Ghost in the Shell meets Elder God. Nothing less from Mike Allen would do.
Typical story.
Yeah, exactly. Awesome. Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you
Okay.
for getting me to do this.
Yeah, yeah. Our next reader, Tina. Tina, your 2 minutes of fame are up.
Oh my goodness. I wound up getting inspired to write about a character just loosely based on Juana Galan, the guerrilla war fighter who led a band of women in her village to fight against Napoleon's troops because all the menfolk were off fighting in a different front, and they defeated them, and they were awesome. And so that played in with along with the 3 cards I drew. Having problems with sticky cursor again. And now it won't go. There we go. As I lay dying, it began to snow. Small flurries at first, but the clouds were pregnant with a blizzard. Mother Earth would be tucking me and the other 12 women in the brigade from our village in with a white blanket of snow soon. I plugged up the holes where the axe bit me, with the cloth stuffed into those wounds, me lying on the ground, moving no more than an occasional twitch, and the gentle hand of the cold rocking me to sleep. My wounds do no more than seep red that drips down upon the snow, slow drop by inexorable drop. No, the axe wounds will not kill me, nor did falling hard and banging my head on a boulder. My head is harder than most rocks, or so my mother always said. She repeated it one last time as I took up my poor armor, my sword, and my pack. There were no more men over the age of 10 in the village. They were off fighting this war under an official banner, having been at least partially equipped by our lord and liege. And someone had to fight the marauders spotted north of our village, riding our way. Better me, an unmarried woman with no children to orphan, than one of the young mothers in the village. Better me, a not so young but not old woman, than the gray-haired grannies who spun wool by the fire, entertaining the village children with stories while the young mothers did their work. Kalia, I called out, you still alive? I listened, but heard only the whistle of the building storm. Her soul had fled to the stars in the span of time since we last called out greetings. That meant I was the only one of our battle coven of 13 left. I had no regrets. I'd seen my fate in the edge of the axe that glanced off my collarbone. My thoughts were growing sluggish. Best say my heart's goodbyes before it stopped. I made it halfway through my 15 living cousins when I felt something inside the storm beating the air down against my body. In the white swirls of snow, I thought I saw what looked like black wings. I did not know if it was sky peeking through the white shroud, but it looked like a black goddess with raven wings. Her eyes, or were those stars, glittered with mischief. She landed, and there could be no more doubt. A dark goddess she was. She straddled me, and her cloak brushed aside some of the snow that had been accumulating small drifts on my body. Warrior woman with a head harder than rocks and a soul that fears not death, you do not get to lay down your troubles and rest. Not yet. She squatted down with her ass just grazing my belly. Then she clasped one wrist over a giant bracelet of pounded out gold. I heard a sizzle and saw a red glow coming from her palm. She was melting the bracelet. Then, using one giant talon on her other hand, she began dipping her nail into the liquid gold and tracing the precious ink over each of my wounds. They seared, then sealed. I would not embarrass myself by screaming. The truth be told, I had not the strength. The lady of the manor had an ancient set of dishes that had been broken and mended over many generations, each of the men's made with gold. Forget bone china, forget silver service sets. It was considered the most impressive, most valuable set of dishes in the entire kingdom. I'd seen it once, was able to sip from a gold mended cup once, when our battle coven had been summoned to pledge our fealty. I wondered if the goddess would drink from me. Perhaps I was simply the tea she was brewing, made of my blood. I had seen this moment in the edge of the axe blade, but like all prophecy, it showed only a sliver of the future. We'll see who claims me, the snow or this dark goddess. Either way, I embrace the mysteries of the future.
Yeah. Wow. Again, I'm so surprised at how many people have got complete arcs going in their work. So that was obviously a very productive half hour for you.
It was 700 words exactly, just like all the others.
Amazing. Amazing. Oh, great. Thank you so much, Tina. We're going to keep on moving here. Make sure we have time for everybody here. The next person I have on my list is Emma. Hello, Emma.
Hello. So I did the opposite of everyone else who practiced. I was so terrified about doing this that I didn't want to practice. I just throw myself into it and then I couldn't panic. So I've got a couple of pages. I don't know what they're going to be yet, but I'll read the first page, I guess.
Great.
Perfect. Thank you.
The first cut isn't always the deepest, she said. Only an amateur would say so, and she tapped her stick once, twice, on the diagram draped on the board. Once, twice, from clavicle to clavicle. This is where they start, see? And she leaned forward towards us. We tried to avert our eyes from her, but her gaze was too much, too close. She loosened her collar. There, she showed us, on her weathered skin, a thin white line of scar tissue. And this is where they will release the first ghost from you, she said. Wonder if she'll show us the rest, said the student next to me, digging his elbow into my ribs and guffawing. I didn't look at him. You, she said, and she swung her stick around, jabbing him in the clavicle, keeping it there, pinning him like a specimen. Will be better if you concentrate. Being popular and winning friends will not make you a good physician. Many have died by friendly knives.
Yes. Awesome. Awesome.
So you said you have more than a page. You feel like you've got material here. You're not quite sure where you're going with it yet, though. Is that what?
Don't know where I'm going with it, but I feel like I have a voice. This woman is, this woman's going to turn up somewhere because, yeah. So I have a voice, definitely.
Great,
love it.
Thank you so much. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Sam Schreiber, you are up, my friend.
Okay, cool. All right, I had, let me actually double check so I get the wording right. Surrender with care and flowers fear the storm but crave the rain. The title of this is Astrologer's Tide. When the sun rose on the Bay of Sorinth, the Armada was waiting. They must have arrived some time in the night, though no word of their presence had reached Curate Thane. Troubling. The white and gold dreadnoughts were hardly inconspicuous. Either his docents had been instructed to keep the matter from him, or else they'd simply been too preoccupied with other business to even notice. Or Thane was forced to concede, if only to himself, they were simply too afraid to arrive at his chambers with ill news. There was no point worrying over it now, though. The scholar fleet of the Cape was at their door, and nothing else mattered. Well, almost nothing. Regent? Thane announced himself once the honor guard stood back for him, his robes of office making a deep violet pool as he knelt against the white marble floor. A curious sight to behold on my way to breakfast, astrologer, Regent Carp said, glaring out the window of the throne room at the bay. I have to say, my sardines and rice weren't quite as so flavorful as I would have liked, though I don't think the fault lies with the chef. The curate of the House of the Panther really should have been the one to take the brunt of the regent's wrath, Thane couldn't help but think. Their guild was responsible for matters relating to warfare and conquest. Even the House of the Angler, whose providence included the seas, ought to shoulder some of it. But it was the House of the Smith Regent Carp held in favor this season, or at least whose services he had requisitioned most openly in court. Thane was who Carp had, and Carp was less than pleased. My lord, it is possible my guild took the stars meaning more Carp didn't look away from the window, but held up a forbidding palm. A topic for another morning. Of course, Carp was a petty man, even a vengeful one when the mood struck him, but a practical man above all. It hadn't been for nothing that the Queen had met her end before Prince Morgan had reached manhood. Thane was sure of it. Carp finally turned to face him, no doubt to read the curate's expression. Would I be correct in assuming that should the scholars of the Cape find their way to our shores, the stars would frown upon Sorinth's victory? That would be putting it mildly. There were 48 shapes surrounding the peninsula, each carrying a complement of a dozen of the Royal Cape scholars. Even one of the bastards would be enough to give an entire battalion of Sorinth's infantry trouble. Distance, more than anything, had kept the Beggar's Empire safe from the Cape thus far. Distance and the trouble it would have taken the Cape to hold Sorinth once it had taken it. Luck and some skillful diplomacy on the part of the House of the Smith over the previous few generations had helped as well, but that luck had run out this morning, and Sorinth, Thane feared, was fucked. Unless it would, of course, run parallel to the will of the stars for the Cape scholars to remain on their vessels, Thane offered, rising to his feet. Regent Carp snorted. You would speak with such divisiveness, yet with such courage? Thane weathered the insult. Passing the blame to his fellow curates at the House of the Smith or any other guild wouldn't save him. Perhaps, he said tentatively, as he took his life in his hands and made what amounted to a suggestion, the fleet of the Cape might be made to appreciate the parallelism themselves. Carp's eyes came into focus on Thane in a way that made him want to drop through the floor. For the sake of your guild, and any particular bits of yourself you hold dear, Thane, you'd better hope they fucking do. That's good.
All right. So, Sam, is this like a world that you have already invented and like that you are building in?
Sort of. I mean, I was sort of the system of astrology, yes, but everything else, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it feels like it smells of heavy world building. You know, we've got like whole systems in place that you just sort of like pulled out of the ether. So like world building, schmerld building, people. Like you don't need those like Scrivener documents that are like 60 pages long. Just get writing. That's what it felt like when I was listening to this anyway.
Well, I appreciate that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sam. We're going to move right on. Liam, you are up next. You're 2 minutes in the limelight.
Hey. So I got a little bit meta with my card. So I'm not going to say what my card was because you're going to see what my card was in the story. So I wrote a little bit, kind of some backstory for a work in progress I'm in revisions with in one of my novel groups, in which when you die, if you die in a state of enough emotion, you leave a death marker in the afterlife. And so other ghosts can go feed on those death markers. The card jutted out like a lone pristine tooth in the endless jagged rubble of after death. In every direction, the usual blasted waste stretched in unending desolation of crumbling stone. Overhead, the storm whirled silently, and Shackle's castle loomed on the horizon as always. The usual messed up, depressing, trauma-filled world full of hungry ghosts and hungrier remnants. Yet this card, this death marker gave Justine the heebie-jeebies. Or whatever the kids were saying these days. Her boots crunched in the silt and smaller chunks of cracked masonry as she paced around it, the various chains and metal boondoggles attached to her black leather outfit jingling along with. She'd have snuffed out her image, white mohawk and all, but she hadn't seen a remnant for a long time. So she got to stay in her full glory, no hiding necessary. Then again, if any had seen her, she'd likely have just sliced them up and laughed while she did it. She grimaced. No one was around to posture to. She didn't need to lie to herself. That need to fight was just a reaction to this damned death marker. It was eerie, even for the land of the dead. The card face was ringed with what looked like skinned humans and populated with jackals and vultures in black on a white background. It reminded her of nothing more than remnants feasting on the death markers littered throughout after death. The hunched figure in the center stared out at her. It took a lot to make a ghost shudder, but it was managing it. The phrase, "the scavengers win every war," felt accusatory. She wasn't a scavenger, damn it. Remnants were scavengers. She just did what she had to do to keep on going. "You don't know me, card," she muttered at it. It oozed several energies, a multi-flavored marker. Desire, fear, and an undercurrent of justice, which was what had drawn her here. She was hungry, and without a fix, she wasn't going to be finding any new recruits. But if her choice was the marker or nothing, she stopped pacing, crouched down by the card, and braced herself. There was something so off about this that it was scaring off mindless remnants and the baddest ass in after death. That wouldn't do. No new fucking death memory would push her around. She was Justine, the punk rock ghost of justice. She'd show this card what for. She reached out and touched her essence to the marker and flowed down into it.
Huh. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Most certainly get meta. Oh my gosh. So obviously you did something very meta that was very tied into what you're doing here. Do you think what you did here today will translate back into what you're working on?
Yeah, because I mean, pretty much any object that was involved in your death can manifest itself as a death marker. So, I mean, I'd probably need to change it a little bit for copyright purposes, but the idea of a playing card being, a marker in the setting is totally appropriate.
Right. Okay.
Awesome.
That's really cool. And I mean, like, if it's our game and you're like basically Tuckerizing our game inside of your prose.
Hey, if you're cool, I'm cool.
Thank you so much, Liam. Awesome. Our next reader is LaShawn. Hi, LaShawn.
Hello, hello.
Hello. How'd it go?
It actually went very well.
Awesome.
So I'm not going to say what the cards I got either, but I will read as much as I can. Yeah. So I'll just start. If bones can talk, yours would be spinning a blanket. But your bones are not here. It is silent, my love. I have been sitting here at this stone that bears your name and little else. There is rain and rain and rain, rain that is plummeting down, and I am indifferent. Sunshine works the same way, punching through me without any thought or care. Nature is callous and unseen. When the God comes, it is with blinding radiance. My dear child, he says, you have lived a life well done. Come, enter heaven as it is your right and live with me in paradise. His voice is grandiose and shakes your gravestone, love. Like the rain and like the sun, he invades my awareness, and thoughtlessly at that. I do not look at him. Where is my husband? The God of creation pauses. It is an infinite pause because God does not blink or should be taken aback. He is not here, he says. You know where he is. I smile and say back, then I shall remain here. They say when God frowns, 1,000 ships somewhere capsize. Thunderclaps are born at the furrows of his brow. The God of all is not used to rejection. To do so, invoke consequences. As you wish, he says, and vanishes. Time is an alien thing when you are no longer part of it. My own body lies not so far away from you, my love, or at least your gravestone. My flesh is quietly rotting. If I peer through the dirt, I can see them resting in the casket that is also rotting. It is so easy for me to observe death now, in the blades of withered grass, the prevalence of mushrooms, even the flowers that is brought to my gravestone. I can't help but observe. The flowers that beautify a grave are also dead. You are long dead, my love, but I have no corpse to mourn over. Where have you gone, oh my skeleton, my love? When God arrives the second time, it is not as flamboyant, as if he is a child who has been told to re-enter a room more subdued like. Why do you sit at an empty grave, child? Your husband is gone. He will not return. His words are meant to be kind, fatherly even. It's raining again, and I can't help but laugh. Where did he go, creator of all things? He doesn't speak for a long time. Water drips down leaves. I can hear them plink upon my grave. When the God finally speaks, he starts with a deep breath, which is absurd for me, for why would a God need to breathe? You know where he is, where all the blasphemers go. He is serving his sentence for what he had said. I don't reply because what can one say to that? He tries again. You lived a proper life. Yes, you were fallible, but you served me well. You fed the poor, cared for the sick. You had more than earned your place in paradise. Come, it is time for you to leave. And if I cursed your name too, would any of that matter? I do not look at the God of life, the God of stars and sunshine. I feel him though shift beside me, and I think of language and what a leash it's been to us. And that's all I'm going to say.
Wonderful. You know, what we would never do in one of these challenges is actually say to the writers, you have to actually incorporate the sentences that are on the cards there. But you did it. So you took on that extra challenge.
Yeah, I actually did. I did write more, but it's kind of really raw. So I decided not to read it. But I did incorporate the third one, which was, well, you heard parts of it. Language walked us on its leash. So
Thank you so much. It was great.
Yeah. Yeah, it actually helped that I actually had this idea beforehand, but I didn't really have a way to flesh it out. So this gave me a way to flesh it out. So yay.
I find that too. You know, sometimes the structure the card gives is just that little extra push I need to get it down.
Yeah. So I am thinking about finishing it. I don't know if I will submit it, but I am definitely thinking about finishing it. So
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, next on our list is Kelly. Hello, Kelly.
Hello.
How'd it go?
Well, you know, I had several ideas in mind before I came tonight, and my cards didn't fit with any of them, and I hadn't practiced. And the cards inspired me to do some research online, and I went down this rabbit hole researching how to do a wine tasting. So what I got is a very short shell of a poem. And I hope to expand it soon. My cards were, though people are suffering, should we not drink wine? And no clarity without enemies. So forgive the really rough nature of this, but here we go, it's quite short. I've called it Infernal Wine Tour for the Vengeful. Begin with the Riesling, dry and white as the teeth of a gossip piled in a bowl. Now you can hear, my darling. Now you can hear. Taste the Pinot Grigio, honeyed as the tears of a feckless friend brought to ruin. Now you can grieve, my darling. Now you can grieve. Try the Sauvignon Blanc, light and crisp as the skin of a bully stretched on a canvas. Now you can breathe, my darling. Now you can breathe. The versatile rosé, pink as the rinse of a jealous neighbor's wounds. Now you can rise, my darling. Now you can rise. Merlot, for the color of your hands when you finish with him. Now you can live, my darling. Now you can live. Port to finish the tour, because the ending must be sweet. Now you can rest, my darling. Now you can rest.
Woo! What do you mean course shell like that.
It's a coarse shell. I need to research terroir. I need to look at like, oh, does it taste of barnyard? Does it taste of melon?
Look,
well, I can't wait to see the end result.
Yeah. Plus, we already know death of the author has already happened. I already love it. Without research, I already love it.
Well, thank you.
Great work. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next on our list, Valia.
Hello. So I had a place in mind before because we had visited with friends of ours and sat around a fire. We're talking about Chicago and history, and the conversation of the Everly Club in Chicago had come up, and burlesque. And so this was all in the back of my brain when I got my 2 cards. So I wrote more than I can read and took a bunch of notes, but I did incorporate one of the cards into I'm going to start with that because it's incorporated into the dialogue.
Wonderful.
So Misha allowed the transformation to change her face into fangs and furry angles. The weak command people, the wise command ideas, she said. After growling softly, she turned away from him toward the stage. Luna Infernal, one of Misha's favorites, walked into the spotlight wearing a costume of glittering red and gold feathers. The ostentatious butterfly wings, as well as her musical choice, Come Into My Parlor, were both an homage to the Everly sisters, who raised a red glass goblet from their box as Luna took the stage. Luna posed with her face hidden behind feathered fans, smooth skin sparkling under the lights as the musicians tuned their instruments. Those in the audience with a fondness for blood and carnal appetites, like Misha, had already picked up on her scent. Roar of the crowd melted into a quiet rumble as the ancient alchemy of attraction transformed the otherworldly patrons into their most honest and attentive hunger. Misha asked that a bottle of the finest champagne be sent to the Everly sisters' table, and the sisters thanked her with a nod and a flash of fang. The first few notes began, and Luna lowered one feathery fan at a time to allow the audience to watch as her face flashed werewolf for a moment before returning to human. The crowd gasped, faces flush, whiskers twitching, fangs extending, scales shimmering, tongues flickering, and smoke slipping out of flared nostrils. Luna began to move her hips in time with the music. She allowed a single strap adorned with rhinestones to slip off her shoulder as she raised a muscled leg into the air. Luna kicked one silken slipper out into the crowd, then stretched her gold-painted toes, allowing them to turn one by one until they formed a large, graceful, silver-gray paw, claws still painted. Misha inhaled slowly at Luna's show of strength and control. She watched breathlessly as lush, beautiful fur crept up from Luna's paw to her ankle, stopping mid-thigh as she peeled off one long red glove. I'll stop there.
Oh, yes! Oh my God! It's a were-burlesque!
I love it!
It's burlesque. I'm embarrassed to say that, but it's too many puns. Burlesque. Yeah.
I am sure the chat is lighting up right now with pleasure as we speak. Thank you so much for that. Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving right on. Aaron, you are up for your 2 minutes in the sun. Hi.
Hey, Aaron.
Hello. I have long suspected that I'm a very slow writer compared to most people, and this just confirms it. So here is a very short piece.
Okay.
All right. The meat was crying. That's what they called it in the wards, that leaking, whimpering chorus of puked up fear and seeping bile. Horrible word, really, but their half-formed mouth flesh and mockery of teeth apparently couldn't do much better. At parties, Solna liked to call it self-brining, but whatever dash of salt dripped down the outer flesh had no effect on the taste once you'd finished peeling. Even the way the things died was disappointing. Let's play a game, Solna said, interrupting whatever sort of appeal to its gods the dinner course was doing. Alicia and I are bored. The meat attempted to hide some sort of shudder, but knew enough of things to look to Tuan, who slowly spoke the meaning out, managing somehow not to look ashamed. Who else would sully a once proud mouth with garbled chunks of meat speech, attempting to make something palatable from the stew of unsatisfying mating howls and the rattle of some terminal condition?
Oh my gosh, Aaron!
Whoa!
There is so much great stuff there. So, like, in your imagining, is the meat like a living person or other sort of like sentient creature that is going to be eaten?
Yeah, so I have the thing about maybe you're somebody's meal and something about dragons. So this is a dragon perspective on human feasting on humans.
Right? Oh, yes. Love it. Awesome. Thank you so much.
I just got chills.
Romy, you are up next.
All right. My 3 cards were, one of them, the text is "Death used to be better at killing you." And the illustration is it's kind of a cosmic border. And then it's a bunch of people with orthotics, with things that allow them to stay alive. And then the next one, the text is "Look closer. The edges are ragged," and it's surrounded by bones and kind of a piece of text with swords, like a drawing with swords on it that's sort of starting to come apart. And then the other one is "Every discovery expands infinity," and it looks like maybe somebody in a very small spacecraft or submarine that's kind of looks like an eyeball looking at what might be like a jellyfish looking back at it. And again, it's kind of surrounded by the cosmic border. So now click over to my story. Okay, I also, well, it's not exactly that I don't write fast. It's that I write fast and then I pause and kind of admire it for a while. And then I'm like, no, you should, well, but what would happen next? And then I kind of write a little bit and then I pause and admire it for a while. And I'm like, well, it could end there. And it's like, no, but what would happen? So it's always a process of persuading myself to keep going instead of being like, no, this is finished, because I'm a poet and I write microfiction. So this is only about 385 words. And the working title is "Expansive Better Edges." In the safe room, they were suffocating. It was better than being outside the safe room, asphyxiated, but that was a ragged blessing passed through too many worried hands. The small window, little more than a peephole, showed the corridor empty of both threats and bodies. The rest of the crew could be crammed into other casket closets, shallow breathing each other's exhalations, or they could be floating stacked in another corridor. As a predation, airlessness seemed to cheat. No monster to watch for, no hidden lurking claw, no dark shadow across the path. Through the peephole, the sightlines were perfect, were sharper than ever without particles to scatter light. Actually, it seemed clear, quite clear, that the edges of the walls at the end of the hall outside were blooming, branching into thin petals and blades. It was probably a hallucination. It was nothing like a tunnel of light. Diskov resisted the urge to take a deep breath. Lungs, she remembered, were an air exchange. Deep breaths in this environment would make the imbalance worse. Are you seeing this? Diskov asked her shelter mates, but she did not have the energy to move away from the window, any more than they had the energy to approach it. A voice in her head answered instead. Yes, I see it because you do, and I am in your head. My God, said Diskov. The inside of her head shifted its weight bashfully. More of a passenger, it said. Sorry about all this, but we were at loose ends. Oxygen is extremely reactive, and I couldn't safely make contact while there was oxygen around. Tear me apart, it would. I've been staying bundled up. I tried to reach you through dreams. I don't dream, said Diskov. You do, said itself, but you don't remember them, and they don't usually mean much. I'm going to die, said Diskov. Yes, said itself, so I had to pull the oxygen and intervene. You have made some missteps with your world, and we are willing to share technology. Deus ex machina, thought Diskov. I told you no, said itself. and paused. Although that cabinet in your brain is useful. A safe room? Thought Diskov. In a sense, it agreed. My brain is dying, thought Diskov. No, thought itself. Not with my tech, but I'm using it. But the others are dead, thought Diskov. Yes, said itself. I'll fix it later. And that's how far I got.
That is amazing. I'll fix it later. What a great ending. Oh, the great cliffhanger ending.
I love it.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to stop apologizing for not writing fast or something like that. You're all generating these amazing beginnings, and they're terrific. So thank you.
If you had, and you could have written a perfect haiku, and we would have been just awe-inspired. And so anyway, you're all amazing. So fabulous.
Wonderful. We have one more reader, the mighty Sonia Tafe. Sonia, take us home.
Right. So I'm not a speed writer in any way, and I didn't practice for this, and I hadn't written a poem since the beginning of September. And this obviously worked because it generated an entire poem. Yes. The card is a seed spends most of its life asleep, and it's this sort of beautiful lavender colored celestial amniotic image with an orrery and a sun face and sort of constellation figures. And that is absolutely not what got generated in the poem, because thinking about seeds, I hope Francesca is still on this stream, reminded me of a picture she'd posted of corn kernels a few days ago. And she commented in talking about them that she hadn't realized before she posted the pictures how much they looked like teeth. And I left a comment saying something like, well, it hadn't occurred to me to think of them as teeth, but I do want to know what smiles with them. And then nothing happened. And, I worked a whole bunch and got sick and fell over and worked some more. Nothing happened. And then this prompt happened. So it is provisionally titled after a line out of George McKay Brown's poem, John Barleycorn, although this might change if I think it's pretentious in the next 45 seconds. It's called Your Starving Days. No one can stop the corn dreaming of the harvest rustle, the glittering pride of ears bared like teeth to the sun. No one can hear the bones singing in the wet grip of roots, wider than a stripped caul, scant votives of memory. No one can talk the ghosts down once they start rising, like the moon over gleaned stubble, or steam from the last sip of blood.
Yes! Oh my gosh, what a great, punchy, powerful way to end. Oh my gosh. Yeah. That was C.A.U.L., right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure I got the right homophone there.
Yep. That's right. So Francesca, thank you for posting some pictures of corn, and thank you for giving me a card that I initially looked at and thought, this looks so soft and astronomical. What am I going to do with it? And it was okay because my head punched me in the face and we got this.
That's what we like to hear.
That's right. The cards are really good at that, though. I think we've heard it from a few people, how it ties various things that you have going together into suddenly this thing that you had no idea was going to be flying at you until it just arrived, So it is one of the magic things of, sort of like dealing with any kind of mechanized way of gamically trying to help your writing, so really suggest it. And we have a small collection of different tools that we've been using, different decks. Claire got me a few on Kickstarter that we've been looking at and stuff, but we're particularly fond of this one. We like this one partially because we made it, but also because it just seems to work. And holy moly, 201, I can say I just loved everything that I heard tonight. I cannot wait to see what art gets generated from it. And hey, maybe some of it will even show up in a year or two in the Strange Horizon issue that comes out. Mostly, though, I want to say thank you, writers.
Thank you.
Taking this challenge with us and diving in and absolutely just knocking it out of the park with your creativity here today. Thank you so much. To the chat, I want to say thank you so much as well. Greg, I think you said that the chat had sent a couple of things to read as
They
well,
sent
right?
3 short things, and the writers are welcome. If they don't want to stay around, they don't have to. These are fairly short. I did want to give the chat a chance, though, to have this stuff read publicly, because chat are the ones who supported, and made it possible to listen into
Yeah.
it, and we're also inspired similarly. So I would, they asked me to read them, and I'd be happy to do that. But go ahead, Claire. I know you wanted to say something, but I just wanted to let writers know they could leave, but that's the plan for us.
I just wanted to say thank you, writers. I know we kept you later than we had initially promised. I underestimated the time and wonder that this would all be. So please go to sleep or to work or whatever you do. And thank you. Greg, I'm really looking forward to this next part.
Okay. Yeah, this should be, I think it's fairly quick. So if people have to leave, certainly they can. Thank you, writers. Otherwise, this will be fast, I think. So these are 3. The first one is from Paciour in chat, who actually won this writing competition that I mentioned that we held, which is done not unlike this a little bit, actually. And it is a poem called Promise. When moon met sun, their essence formed a ball of molten stone. When moon met star, his pull touched earth upon which sun's light shone. When moon met sun, their child did grow and turned upon itself. When moon met sun, their child did cool to form each sea and shelf. When moon met sun, the earth looked up and saw its mother's glow. When moon met sun, on Father Moon's face the same light showed. When moon met sun, their child aligned spin around the sun, and moon looked on and smiled for long at both and either one. The moon looked past the earth and also far past mother's shine, to where all dust and gas and stone forever do align, to see how deep and cold the night, how distant dead old lights, and swears to never let that knowledge grasp for his own child. It's nice, Classical.
Oh, thank you.
That is lovely. Paciour, who teaches writing to students in Germany. Okay, 2 more. One from Trifid Ematz, who, as I said, is a contributor to Skiffy and Fanty, the podcast. To find the key, first find your awareness. What are you trying to open? What do you seek to unfold? There is no understanding without a fair test. Not all keys look like keys. The keyhole can be the whole. The keyhole and key are partners in a dance. Imagine what you want. Feed it with your zeal. Plan it out first, or ride right the winds of chance. Let it live in your mind, and then make it real. Let your desires build for better or for worse. Feed your seeds in secret, let them grow, then go through into the wild and wondrous universe. May the best of your dreams outlive you.
I love that last line.
It's a damn
Ooh.
good last line. I know, I was just
Yeah.
thinking that. I was like, whew. Okay, and the last one. Good stuff, Triffin. The last one, this comes to us from E.D.E. Bell, Emily Bell, who is not only an author, but also is the managing editor of Athos Arts, which is a wonderful independent press of Detroit, and Emily's also an award-winning writer, etc. So this story is called, really kind of poem as well, is called No Foxes. Locked in a box with a consummated click, ere pencil, ere leads, ere tools to think, locked away with a reverential wink. He sat, wistful, too tired to be sad. Only an eraser remained. He squeezed it in ere hand. Your words are wrong, they said, with a shake of their head, which was filled with their head and not air words. The door shut. Another click. I can't do much, he said to a fox. A stuffed fox of softness and dreams given by a dream long ago. Dreams only betrayed these days. But either way, he picked it up and the softness calmed. The softness was not the need, and alone in the room, E wanted to write. But it was too hard. Still, marble eyes stared upward, marble eyes that did not yield. I am sorry, he said. I am not alone, and never have been. The soft fur of the stuffed fox soothed ere weary palms, but still he could not write. Yet. There were things he could do, now, here. Relaxing, only a touch, he gazed out of a window of black and dark and stars and dreams and relaxed back. Relaxing, feeling, letting go. What if, he asked Air Fox, I am perfect now? The fox wiggled with glee. Glee. Joy. The things he needed. He imbued them, absorbed, like ink, like night. I am perfect, he called to the sky. I am fine, and I will be here when the stars move again. The stars twinkled back. It was already a story. He relaxed. Again. I have, he said, no foxes for your boxes. And the fox smiled back. A sigh.
So fascinating. I'm putting that.
So pretty good stuff coming out of chat, I think, as well, for all of this. So.
And remember, chat only had, one set of prompts, one set of 3 cards, and they came up with 3 wildly
very different,
imaginative, artistic, literary works, which is, again, one of the things that we really love. Folks, I'm looking at the final total. It looks like we actually added another $100 in, like, the last couple of minutes here.
Yep.
And so 15,669. I think we helped. I think we added a couple $100
you did.
to the yeah. So that is like really the best part, that thanks to all of you writers, thanks to the critics and the editors who joined us earlier, and thanks to this wonderful chat who has really stood with us, for long hours that we've been on. We've been able to have a great time, and we've been able to raise some money for one of the best magazines that's out there. So thank you
Thank you so much, everyone.
And don't forget to put your link for Negocios Infernales, which is, of course, the way that we got here, which has also got a Kickstarter coming up, and which was the way that we, these prompts came about, which we just happen to have a link that Carlos put in there. You should support that, too. Yes, this is for Strange Horizons, but, we need to support Clairlos Herdanuni, especially when they do stuff like this.
And also, let me just say thank you one more time to Greg for being the wind beneath our wings and making all the technology work.
It was my honor to hear this stuff. What a treat to hear work this good. It was an honor.
Greg and Carlos are both professors in the middle of their semester, and they have given hours to this tonight. And I just want to thank them particularly, and all you professors and workers and people on the other side of the world and on different continents and in different time zones. Thank you so much. And all of you who just participated, every single one of you. It's been such an honor, such a joy.
Yeah, so much. I mean, just this work is great. We've heard a couple of people ask for an anthology just to gather this up. I'm wondering, maybe we'll contact everybody and just see if we can slap things up on a Google Doc and just put it out there and make it available to people. It would be a shame for work this good just to be lost to the ether.
Yep. And thank you to Claire and Carlos, most of all, for setting this up, by the way. I think I speak for everyone with that.
And mostly, I want to say thank you to Claire, who is really the managerial, administrative person who absolutely made this possible. So a round of applause for Claire. Thank you, my darling.
It's my pleasure. So, shall we say good night?
Thank you, everybody. We'll say good night.
I will let you folks go. Good night, everyone. Thank you again.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
All right. And there we go. Oh my God, Arv is gone also. No, not quite. I do want to wrap up myself. This was lovely. And again, I am extremely grateful that we were able to conduct something like this. I mean, I meant it. What an honor to be able to listen to just good piece after good piece after good piece, all the way through. Very, very different in feel, very different in tone. But the thing that I want to note about this is, number one, you could tell how much people were really moved by how much Strange Horizons helped them, and that was reason enough to support a cause like this. But this is what I talk about, right? When I talk about communication and community and compassion, this is what happens when it comes together, and this is what countless hours of discipline get you, right? It's not just the craft, it's the discipline, it's the work that allows you to get to the point where you can produce work like this sort of at the drop of a hat over the course of time. And it's very inspiring to hear it and to be a part of it. And that was great. And I was glad that chat enjoyed it. I saw some of the comments about, like, hey, we should do one of these every month. I will talk to Carlos and Claire about doing this. We have spoken about the possibility of doing another one of these Infernal Salons, possibly supporting another cause, down the line. Once a month is a little rough, partly because, I need to have my family kind of looked at me a little cross-eyed when they were like, so you're going to be not here for Sunday night dinner doing stuff? And I'm like, it's for a good cause. No, I mean, it was fine. But I have to be a little careful about how the time gets played out. But there are multiple ways to kind of work around it. And it was a great honor to be able to be a part of it. And I'm so glad that we got a little bit of money raised and you got to hear a lot of great work. And I also just want to quickly note, this is my own thing, just for the Arvanauts specifically. I want to thank not only my channel moderators for doing a wonderful job tonight, Arudinel and Triffity Mats, I know that a few others, Hilna stopped by, and obviously Coven is here, and we have the Rising Tides who came as well. But Arudinel and Triffid, who really held down the fort for a while, did a wonderful job of that, and I want to thank them for doing that, and for being willing to put in that work. And I also want to thank you, chat, for being a part of this, and being a part of especially the writing part of it. It was really moving to me. Now, I know, obviously, Emily's work I've known from before. Emily, of course, I admire Emily's writing, and Emily knows that. So I was very impressed with that. And I was also, of course, impressed with Triffid's work. And the reason I want to highlight in particular the three chat people, Emily and Triffid and Classicor, is because in a way all of those people feel connected, in my mind anyway, partially to this channel. Garlic Tofu, of course, in other contexts as well. But I already talked about Emily's work. For Triffid, we get to hear Triffid do stuff like this, and sort of quick impromptu poems and songs that happen in chat, or quick impromptu poems and songs that happen as a result of community D&D. And that stuff is really cool. And it's the kind of thing that I think if you're not careful, you can be like, oh yeah, that isn't, like, people can't just usually just do that, right? Like that takes effort and time and discipline and work. And it does. So I was really impressed by that poem, Triffid. It was nice stuff. And Classicor, I wanted to say again, I'm a little moved by the fact that Classicor won our Arvanaut Idol competition, our little writing competition here. And I'm not saying that we were the springboard. I'm not saying that. But I thought it was really cool to show the quality of work that we get from here. And also in Classicor's case, there's an international component to it, as someone who is a German writer. And we had many people on the call today who also I need to look and find out how many countries were represented. We had a writer from Malaysia. We had a writer, Fabio, who was actually writing to us from Rome. We had many, obviously Canada. We had people from a lot of different places that were contributing to this. And I thought that was really special. And so Classicor's poem, which I thought was lovely, was also really nice to indicate the connection that we have here, and the way in which that writing competition that we ran here is something which had an effect long term, and that had it was just nice to see. So I wanted to thank chat for being awesome about something like this. And I mean, I love storytelling. I love listening to good writing. I love writing, as you know, and I was really moving to hear all this good stuff. So thank you, everybody. Thank you to all of the writers for contributing their time and effort. Thank you to all the editors at Strange Horizons for making that magazine a possibility. Thank you to all those in chat who supported the Kickstarter tonight and who were here the whole time listening. And thank you in particular to Carlos. And since he mentioned this, I will give even extra kudos to Claire, to C.S.E. Cooney, because Claire really did coordinate and set all this up. And this is a lot, people. Like, this is a lot of people that, all had to be brought together, and it all came off flawlessly. And also, of course, once again, thank you to Shadowed Mage for that awesome overlay that we got to see in use. That was really cool. So thank you again to all the people who made this possible. I love doing events like this, and I was glad we were able to make that happen. Yeah, no, for sure. I mentioned Configuration Queen. It was nice to see people, like I mentioned, that Sonia Tafe was a former student of mine. I've been on panels with Mike Allen at ReaderCon. I have know many of these people. Obviously, LaShawn Wanek was actually in JulyCon, which was the charity con that I ran last year. And so I know LaShawn from that. And, as I say, there were many of these people that I either know directly or have sort of, know of or have connection to. And then there were some that I don't know at all. And this was the first time that I had a chance to listen to some of their work. And so that was super cool. So, yeah. And we raised about 900. I think we were at about 14.7, I want to say, or 14.8. So we raised about $800, almost $900 tonight, which is pretty good. So I was glad to see that. It was really, really cool. But it is also late, and the time has come for us to move on, because it is a Sunday and it is a school night for yours truly. I do have to stream. I do have to teach tomorrow. But in case you're curious and like, well, this sounds pretty cool. Do you do any more things like this? I'm glad you asked, because the answer is yes. This channel is focused on story and narrative. We do a lot of tabletop role playing on this channel. We often have done fantasy fiction days or nights with me writing some of my own work and reading, of course, from my own work. And next Sunday, Halloween, you're going to see not only the Rising Tides, Brandon O'Brien, giving you GMing a one-shot of a game called, well, I don't know if I'm allowed to spoil it yet, so I'm not going to spoil it. But it's a tabletop role-playing game that you will not want to miss, with the strange friends, the Blades in the Dark crew of Valerie Valdez, of Mike Underwood, of Yoi Gawain Lin, and of Iori Kusano. They will be with us next week on this channel, doing some Halloween-themed TTRPG love. I'm allowed to spoil. So Brandon is doing a one-shot of Shiver. So you will not want to miss that. It is Halloween related. I'm going to try to catch as much of it as I can. I'm going to be dealing with the kids trick-or-treating and all that kind of stuff. And then obviously, handing out candy here and everything. We've gone all out this time, people. We've got an inflatable cat that we have put on the roof above our porch. We have got pumpkins. We've got jack-o'-lanterns. We have got like Halloween lights. We've got webbing. We are there, people. Like, we are using the house to good effect. Anyway, so that's happening Halloween. So I may not get back for some of their game. Brandon, of course, is going to be streaming that. But once Brandon is done and that group is done, then I will be joining you either right after or soon thereafter for our annual Halloween reading. And I'm going to be reading two things. One of them is a poem, a short story by Edgar Allan Poe. I haven't decided which one yet, although I have a couple of possibilities. And then the second one is, as always, The Raven. We always stream The Raven on Halloween. So we're going to be doing that, and it's going to be good times. That's going to be happening next Sunday. This coming Tuesday, though, I'm going to be streaming the No Dimension, There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension. I think, or it's Wrong Dimension, There Is No Game, which is the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month. That'll be at noon. And then over on GOG, I will be streaming, as always, on GOG. I'll be in my Pen and Pixel show doing D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. That will be I believe it is 299th episode. So next week, the week after that, is going to be episode 300 of Pen and Pixels, which is going to be pretty cool. And then Wednesday, I believe we have got another community D&D session. He said, waiting for Triffid and or Rock God to correct me if I'm wrong. I thought it was that, maybe. I think. Oh, right. And the name of the thing is, okay, it is. Good. Yes, that's happening on Wednesday. Right. Death of the Author. That's right. I forgot that the Shiver the Shiver one shot is going to be called Death of the Author, which is very funny. So anyways, that'll be happening Wednesday. Thursday will then be off. And then Friday, I will be back here with, I believe, I have got another Espergenesis session, which is going to be happening on Friday. And then on Saturday, I think, I'd have to double check, but I think on Saturday, I've got some Neverwinter Nights 2 Mask of the Betrayer coming at you. And then, as I said, Sunday for Halloween. So it's going to be good times. I am excited for all of it. And so if you want to hear more of this and check out the work of any of my work or the work of the stuff that we do on this channel, then please follow the channel. And please stop by again, because we will do more stuff like what you just saw here, there, and everywhere as we go forward. If you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, our Discord, Neverwinter Nights 2 Friday. Oh, I may have to change that around. Yeah, it's because I didn't have full confirmation. I'll change it around. Anyway, it's one of those two things. ! ArvCord for my Discord channel, ! Arv tweets for my Twitter, and of course the website is arvanellarun.com. Financially, my Patreon is ! ArvTreon, and I see we're up to 15,744. I like that on the Strange Horizons Kickstarter. ! ArvTreon is my Patreon, which allows me to be able to do stuff like commission overlays and do the lighting setups and stuff like that I have here. So all of that is really appreciated. We had another $5 patron that joined us recently, so that really helps. ! Arvtreon for that. You can sub to the channel. I want to thank Classic Ore for giving 10 subs away. That was really appreciated. I turned off my notifications volume because I didn't want that constantly interrupting the authors. I'll turn it back on now. But thank you so much, Classic Ore, for that. I really appreciate it. It was very generous of you. And thank you as well to Game Life Game, who resubbed tonight with Prime Sub. Thank you to everyone who did that. That was really, really cool. And you can also, that was my pleasure. And thank you again for the contribution, Classic Ore. It was nicely done. Nice poem. So there's that. And of course, if you want to know anything about my own work, ! Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel, award-winning graphic novel from Athos Arts, which is, of course, as I said, Garlic Tofu's press, along with Ballstag with Chris Bell. And you can find that, again, at ! Icarus. ! Library is my 5e adventure and sourcebook called Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, already out in digital and is now out to the Kickstarter backers in print, and to your friendly local game store, and it'll be made available to the general public for the print editions coming in the next 6 to 8 weeks. But in the meantime, you can pick it up, as I said, on the Drive-Thru RPG with that link. And ! Yes, I think they could be reposted on Discord for sure. And I think all of them, I think Classic Ore may be in Discord. If not, Classic Ore should join up and do that so that we can have that posted, because that would be great if we could actually do that. I would appreciate that myself very much. So hopefully we can do something along those lines. So there's that. And as I just make a couple of notes to myself, and then, so we have the Discord, and then, so ! Library for that. And then my Kickstarter, which I accidentally put up in the middle of the stream just by habit. And I was like, oh, whoop, that's not that one. No, that's not what we're doing. Anyway, ! Grayshade KS is my Grayshade Kickstarter. I'm going to be launching my own IP coming pretty soon, actually. And we just have a few details that we're trying to sort out, and one particular detail that we're trying to sort out before we move forward with it. So more details to come. So you will not want to miss out on that. It's going to be awesome. So ! Grayshade KS. And as always, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter, extremely important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Please go there for information and resources that you can link to about various causes and ways to assert and affirm what I've just said. And ! Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others if they need help, and to reach out to others when you need help as well. That is going to do it for me. Normally I would do a raid here, but I'm not going to do that tonight because I feel like this is a different kind of thing, a different kind of setup with some people that are possibly part of a different kind of audience. So again, make sure that you are back here for Tuesday, noon Eastern, where you'll be able to see more of this Wrong Dimension, There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension, the Patreon Fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month, and then over on GOG.com for 4 p.m. For Pen and Pixels and D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh, then Wednesday Community D&D, and then Friday, I believe, as per Genesis. That's what we've got on tap. Otherwise, I want to thank everyone for making this an awesome stream today. Thank you to my wonderful mods again. Thank you, Arudinel, Rock God, Rising Tides, Triffity Mats, Covenant of Lunara. As I've said, best in the business. Thank you. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Arudinel, Rock God, Rising Tides, Triffid, Nonstop, Chenrazi, Classicor, Configuration Queen, Garlic Tofu, Mrs. Dunselin, Timaeus. And thank you, as always, to my viewers. Thank you to Crit Twitch. Thank you to Darksteel Spork. Thank you to David Ben Gurion. Thank you to Duke and Rex. Thank you to Earthling in America. Thank you to Arabs. Thank you to Ehed Bubrak. Thank you to Elbra Tweets, Elysian Feet. Thank you to Hades Osiris. Thank you to Leah Nama, Lily Red Wolf, Ol Rumsey, Spike Trap. Thank you to Stewie. And thank you to VNK. Thanks, everybody, for all of the support tonight. And one last time, check out and support that Strange Horizons Kickstarter because they really do deserve the support. It is a valuable, huge part of speculative fiction and, in fact, of literature in general. So I want to support them as much as I can. And a special thanks tonight to all of the authors, to the editors of Strange Horizons who spoke tonight, and in particular to Carlos Hernandez, and most to C.S.E. Cooney, to Claire Cooney, for making it possible for us to do this and for giving me the honor of being able to host it on my channel. That's it for me. Much love to all of you, and I will see you lovely folks back here on Tuesday afternoon. Until then, everyone, as always, be good to each other. Have a good night.
I could take us there, we could be aware of our existence that floats within the air. All we wanna find, just some peace of mind, just a space to consider our own good time. It's that gap that's lost, the price, pay the cost, and the choices we made between both of us. In the space between, you and I had seen what was true and real and what it all would mean. Like they showed upon me till it was gone, all of when I was found and then lost beyond. In the flow of this, all we have with this, all the time that we shared within all of this.